our normal broadcast to bring you this important bulletin. We are getting disconcerting reports of mass murder from all over the state. Details are sketchy at this time. Although there was no official statement from law enforcement officials, the police chief has speculated that rival gangs may be involved. And I've just been told that we are going to go live to news correspondent Amanda Rogers, who is on site at the Deacon Center Mall. Hello, Amanda. Can you tell us what's going on there? Amanda? Hello?
Crazy.
Well, it looks like we're having some technical difficulty getting in touch with Amanda. We'll try again momentarily. This is obviously some very disturbing news, and we will be staying with this story all day long. For those of you just tuning in, we will be on the air for the remainder of this crisis. The situation at this hour does not look hopeful. All routes out of the city are jammed. Mobs of what have been described as bloody corpses have been seen marching throughout downtown. Reports of walking dead are coming in from around the tri-state area. Whatever is going on, it is not a local phenomenon. Clearly, this is a very dark time, a very confusing time. It is unclear why or how this is happening. This just in, the governor has issued this short statement. Stay in your homes and lock your doors. Do not trust anybody. This is Philip Hudson reporting live from the emergency headquarters at the Jared Smith Center for the Performing Arts. We have reports that the West End fires are spreading even further. People living in the area are advised to be very cautious. If the fire gets close, evacuate your family and head to the nearest safe house. Once again, the following is a list of military safe houses. Regional Police Precinct 22 at 239 Ellington Avenue, Old City Hall at 55 Mill Street, and the Jared Smith Center for the Performing Arts at 26 King Street. Folks, please bring whatever supplies you can. We are in dire need of food, water, clothing, batteries, flashlights, weapons, and ammunition.
Wow.
This is Philip Hudson reminding you that we will be doing reports every hour on the hour for as long as we can. That was Joe Grant with tips on making body armor out of household items. Thanks, Joe. I'll be working on my suit later this evening. We want to take a moment now to remind our listeners that the West End fires are still raging. The entire area is to be avoided if possible. In other news, we've been getting regular reports from a Mr. Kaufman about the City of the Living. When we spoke to Mr. Kaufman earlier today, he confirmed that the perimeter is complete and 100% effective. They are now focused on clearing out the remaining pockets of creatures. Efforts are currently underway to transport citizens to the safety of this city. As always, we will keep you informed as this story progresses. It looks as if the fires in the West End have finally burned themselves out. This should come as a relief to anyone still in the area. In other good news, the power is back on in much of the state. The good people at Minden Nuclear Plant were able to get Reactor B back online earlier today. We owe these professionals our gratitude for keeping the grid up during these trying times. Folks, we have some fantastic news for you. Mr. Kaufman, the man overseeing much of the work in the City of the Living, has just informed us that an evacuation effort will begin shortly. People interested in moving to the fortified city should make their way to the Jared Smith Center for the Performing Arts. We'll keep you posted as more details come in. Evacuation efforts to the City of the Living are well underway. People from all over the state have been arriving at the Jared Smith Center throughout the day. We expect that the convoy will move out sometime tomorrow. We have a situation here at the Jared Smith Theater. All the people arriving for the evacuation have led those creatures here. The military is holding them off at the moment, but I've never seen so many of those things in one place. Anyone coming here should be extremely... Angela! Oh no! What are you doing?
You killed him on the live radio. Oh my God. Only imagine. That dude's fucked. The news guy is fucked, babe.
Yeah,
You hear it?
I did.
This is on live. That dude just got fucking eaten. Wow. We'll switch stations here. That's fucking crazy. My God. Try this one.
We interrupt our regularly
That's
scheduled
your Uncle
programming
Tom.
for a Channel 3 special report.
Uncle Tom.
Good
dude.
evening. I'm David Barrows. Jonathan Shaw is on assignment. We apologize for our earlier coverage of the so-called Madison race riots. Reports coming in now indicate the violence is neither racially motivated nor restricted to the greater Madison area. What is certain is that this seemingly unexplainable mass hysteria continues to spread throughout the heartland, with injuries reported to be in the thousands. We now go live to Catherine Lanphier at St. Augustine Memorial Hospital. Catherine.
David, the staff here says they haven't seen anything close to the sheer volume of casualties. Badly injured, very frightened people are pouring in, no exaggeration, by the hundreds. And we're told that most of the injuries are bites, not gunshot or stab wounds, as we were led to believe earlier. Just a few minutes ago, we spoke with one of the doctors that has been on call since this morning when the patients arrived.
We have seen cases of complete digit finger extraction, deep throat laceration, even a large section of flesh torn away as if by a rabid dog or wild animal.
We've been told by nurses there have been complications.
Almost all wounds have shown immediate infection. Many have went into toxic shock. One patient...
Have there been fatalities?
Excuse me, please. I'm sorry, I have to go. I was coming home from work, and I saw this woman in the road, and she was moaning or something. So I went out to go see. I thought she got hit by a car or something like that. And I went to go reach out to help her. She bit me in the arm, scratched up my face, and it just took off.
Doctors are still at a loss as to the reason behind these attacks, and the situation doesn't seem to be improving. The past few minutes, I've seen 4 ambulances and several cars pull up with victims seeking emergency care. Whatever's going on, it seems to be far from over. David?
Thank you, Catherine.
Crazy.
Speculation seems to surround the origin of this phenomenon.
Uncle Tom.
The theories include an airborne plague,
Uncle Tom, dude.
a toxic chemical spill, bioterrorism, and even a spaceborne virus.
Wow.
The viewers should be advised that there is no official explanation as of yet. Teams from the Federal Emergency Management Agency, the Center for Disease Control, and Office of Emergency Preparedness have been dispatched to Chicago, Madison, and the Twin Cities. While martial law has not been declared, the governors of all 3 states are encouraging citizens to remain calm and stay at home for the present. We've had no official response from the White House, but it can be confirmed that the president is considering returning from his fishing trip at Jackson Hole. More on the situation as it develops.
The president wants to make it perfectly clear that this is not a case of bioterrorism. No such agents exist in the arsenal of any nation or known terrorist group. He also wants to stress the need for calm and the respect for law and order. The quicker people can get off the streets and into their homes, the quicker the appropriate federal and state agencies can reach these troubled areas. Although a further call-up of reservists is on the table, our current overseas military assets will remain in place to reassure our allies that this is a minor, containable situation that we expect to see fully resolved in 24 hours or less.
Again, that was Press Secretary William Kaplan with the first official statement from the White House a little over 30 minutes ago, stressing calm and what he assures us is a fully containable situation. I've just received word from my producers that a tape showing one of these random attacks has been dropped off at our studio. I'm being told that the tape contains graphic material and violence. The viewers should be advised.
Wow. That's what's going on out there, man. Wow. These people think it's funny.
Yes. Here you go. You just walk up. Come on. Come on. Hit her on the head. Knock her out. Straight whatever. Yes. Dude, look at those melons, man. Come on. Look at that. She is so hot. She's the hottest girl in school. There you go. There you go. Come on, man. Use some of those wrestling skills, baby.
Well,
apologize for the
crazy.
footage you just witnessed. I did not have the chance to previously view it, and I'm sure neither did my producer.
Tom, dude, this is
They
scary.
wouldn't have allowed material of such poor taste to be broadcast on this or any television show, especially a news report.
Oh, wow. Look at this shit.
The human mouth is full of millions of germs, and most people don't practice good dental hygiene. So naturally, any bite is going to become infected, no matter from whom. These people don't have some sort of voodoo.
Yes, but Dr. Collar, how...
Look, David, what you fail to realize is that most of these so-called experts are looking in the wrong direction. The problem is not chemical or biological, it's psychological. What we're witnessing here is the spontaneous combustion of a pent-up rage fueled by frustration over a pressurized society. It's the snapped postal worker on a national level.
Well, how can you explain that
In my new book, USA Bomb.
Look, I'm sorry, we have to cut away right now. I'm just being informed that both Istanbul and New Delhi are reporting sporadic outbreaks of violence, similar to those here at home. And clearly this is no longer an American... What? We're just getting a picture from our BBC correspondent. Over to Trevor Hanna in London. Trevor?
We're in Notting Hill, a part of London. Who knows if this report will ever be transmitted? Communication is at best limited. The city, it seems, is being overrun with man-eating creatures and... Run!
Like most stations, we're experiencing technical problems with our satellite connection. But we'll try and follow the situation and bring you up-to-date information from the other side of the globe as it comes. We now have word on the situation in New York. All bridges and tunnels to Manhattan are being destroyed, and a barrier of Coast Guard craft is taking up position around the island. We don't know, however, if this is to keep people from getting in or getting out. We should have footage from New York shortly. State and local authorities are urging communities to form clean and sweep teams. Now go live to Monroeville, just outside of Pittsburgh, where one of these sweeps is currently being run.
Danny, come on! Put another round in that woman over there. She's a twitcher. She's a twitcher. We get these twitchers. We shoot them, they go down, they keep moving, they can't know what they're dead. Dead? Dead. And we sure got a lot of them today. You know the back part of this is? I know some of these people. I know some of these people that were putting down. What are you gonna do? It has to be done. One of these guys was a real estate agent. He sold me my house. He was over there. I guess he's over there now. That woman right there? I think I did her.
We have some startling information from Fran Parker, live at the Hammond County Medical Examiner's Office.
Fran, what I'm about to show you is one of the most horrific. Stand back. And I told him, please keep your distance. You can see how dangerous it is. No person has survived this disease. And I can assure you that every victim that has come into this hospital has turned out just like this. They have died on the table. What has happened though, is that they have actually come back from the dead.
So you're telling me this man has come back to life?
I know it sounds absolutely impossible, but what we're talking about here is reanimation, but of dead matter. Look at this one. I was giving an autopsy too. During the whole autopsy, he never stopped moving. And I took out his heart and half his digestive tract. What I'm trying to tell you is, the dead are walking. That's all I can say.
Well, how are people supposed to protect themselves, Doctor?
This is the most contagious disease I've ever seen. What I would say, and I'm warning you, everybody, do not come in contact with any of these zombies.
And there you have it, David. The dead are alive, and there's no cure, and there's no explanation, and there's no nothing. Oh my God! David, cut away! Cut away! Get away! Get away!
Yes, in that the circulatory, respiratory, and other vital functions have terminated, these subjects are technically deceased. Please just let me get through this and then I'll take questions. The infection is spread through direct fluidic contact. It must enter through the bloodstream through an open wound. Infection duration depends on the size of the wound and its proximity to a major blood vessel. Reanimation will occur no later than 1 to 5 minutes after the victim's primary life functions have expired. Once reanimation has occurred, the subject will respond with immediate homicidal aggression.
It's clearly it's clearly a shocking development unfolding. You're going to want to keep it locked in here and stay with us.
Are we transmitting? Are we transmitting? Point the camera at me.
Alexa,
Point it at
sound
me.
knows.
Just roll. Okay, things are out of control down below. The city of Los Angeles is like a war zone. These creatures, these zombies, or whatever the hell they are swarming the city. People are dying in the streets by the thousands. And the freeways, right now the freeways are hopelessly clogged. There is no way out of the city. We had to come up here into the Hollywood Hills just to find some refuge. I think we're safe at the moment, but I'm not going to stay long. Right now, the LAPD has pulled out of South Central Los Angeles entirely and is trying to form a defensive perimeter around Beverly Hills. But I don't know how they're going to stop these things. If you're hearing me, stay away from Los Angeles. The city is out of control. The city is lost. Avoid Los Angeles at all costs.
I'm sorry, we had to cut away. We need to go now live to the White House press room for emergency military use.
A state of emergency has been declared in the United States of America, including all overseas dependencies and the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico. We face, for reasons yet to be determined, the bodies of the recently deceased are returning to life and attacking the living. The scope of this epidemic is now reaching global proportions. The President has sent to Congress a package of initiatives to be explained by the Secretary of Defense, Mr. Martin Everett. Mr. Secretary.
As of 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, the President has declared the Continental United States under martial law. A nationwide curfew of 7 p.m. tonight has been put into effect, and any citizen caught outdoors between 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. is subject to arrest and detention without counsel. All reserve military personnel and National Guard are ordered to report for immediate deployment. All law enforcement, firefighting, and emergency personnel will be federalized effective immediately. All communications facilities, including the use of landline and cellular telephone facilities, will be reserved for military and rescue operations. In order to halt the spread of this contagion, our nation's borders to Canada and Mexico have been sealed. No longer seek shelter in private residences, no matter how safely protected or well stocked. Retain all ownership records of private property, but do not attempt to transport or defend said property. Rest assured, looters will be prosecuted with deadly force, as will any attempts at vigilantism or secessionist political activity. No questions.
That was the Secretary of Defense with the announcement that the dead are somehow coming back to life. And I've got, do we have those rescue stations yet? Well, find them, please. I need those rescue stations. Fine. You know what? Fine. I'll get them. Someone find the goddamn rescue stations. Now. Current estimates in the U.S. puts the number of dead at over 10 million. But this is many would consider a wildly conservative estimate. Regarding the entire world, I
Uncle
can't
Tom's telling her how it is.
begin to give you a number.
Uncle Tiffy. This is crazy. I can't believe this is happening right now.
We now have a tape.
This whole world's gonna get eaten alive by the fucking dead. Wow, man.
Can you roll that?
Look at this shit.
5, 4, 3, Kurt!
The fuck?
He's up!
Look at this shit.
Ladies
Wow.
and gentlemen, in the background, Brett will now demonstrate on an actual Romeo Lima Foxtrot, both hard and soft points. Brett, go ahead.
If you're going to shoot him, if you shoot him in the head, it'll slow him down with it, bring him to his knees and get right back up. You shoot him in the chest, that'll slow him down, but he'll still come back. There's only one place to deal with this monster. You shoot him in the head, right in the head, between the eyes, until you get him.
Watch it, Brett. Stay on him, guys. Stay on him. What we're going to be doing is working on a female zombie. A little bit different. If I anticipate this right, it's going to be coming out. Give me a female! Hey, watch very carefully. Hey! She's down. Coming. I'm sorry, sweetheart. Watch, guys.
Look. Wow.
Everybody clear?
Just killed a dead white woman.
All right.
Wow.
Some of you males may find this somewhat disconcerting to have to engage a female of the species. I did. It took a long time to get over it, but it's necessary. This is three, mind you. Multiple suspects coming from opposing directions. This is not fun. This is scary. You'll all go through it. Stay with me. Watch very carefully. Okay. Kurt, are you on? Red one. Cancel stop. Stand by.
That dude got booger lipped.
Get up. 3, 2, 1. There. Ladies and gentlemen, what you've just seen here is not pretty. I don't enjoy this. I don't think you will either, but it's a necessary evil, if you will. I don't know anything else to tell you about this.
Lucas, are we on? Well, it's been confirmed from several sources that the destruction of Shanghai and Hong Kong were the result of thermonuclear explosions. Whether sent by the Chinese government, a rogue faction of the Chinese military, or the Russian government in their promise to aggressively defend their borders, is still not and may never be known. Within the next hour, we will be transferring responsibilities to the emergency broadcast system. We believe, although this has not yet been confirmed, that the President and his cabinet have already left Washington, D.C. for an undisclosed, secure location. We now have an audio, some would say, final audio message to the American people.
Americans. The lousy Americans.
My fellow Americans,
This
republic
crazy.
faces a crisis like no other in its history. While the lights across this great land dim and the darkness of an uncertain future descends, let us not forget the words that led our country through another great challenge. We have nothing to fear but fear itself. We will endure. We will rebuild. We will drive away the night and warm our children in the dawn of a new day. God bless you all. And God bless the United States of America.
Honey, get the kids ready. I'll be there soon.
That is insane. What are we supposed to do now? This shit's all over the fucking place. Fucking zombies everywhere. Don't know what to do. Wow.
We started keeping track of all the people I had shot on the radio. These radios are pocket line. Do you think that's why those guys are following you? They're definitely on your trail, right? Dead end? Make sure that they are. I have to listen to at least two. Of course. Just get your safe.
Walked at night and were not afraid, where churchyards were places of rest, where marble slabs remained firm and solid earth did not crumble and fall away. This is a story about the end of that world.
Interrupt this. Steve! Get to the
God damn it! We've been driving for hours to find a crummy boneyard, and now even the radio dies.
It could be the trees, Johnny. Maybe, they're blocking the waves or something.
Well, excuse me. I didn't know I was in the presence of an electronics expert. Maybe you could use your vast knowledge of radio and navigation to find your old man's final resting place. Driving 200 miles to put the wreath on the grave of someone I don't even remember isn't my idea of a fun Sunday.
Well, it's only once a year, and it makes Mom happy. I think we're almost there. I'm sure I recognize the place. Did you understand what that guy was talking about on the radio? Something about an emergency?
Yeah, big emergency. Maybe they've run short of alfalfa. The ciders continue. Whatever it is, it's not going to change our lives any. We could drop dead right now. No one around here would even notice.
Look, there it is up on the left. If you turn into the drive and go to the top of the hill, you'll be around there somewhere. Do you remember where the grave is? I'm not too sure, and it's getting dark.
You're the expert. Look for it yourself. I've been doing all the driving, remember?
There it is. Oh, look at all the weeds. Don't these places have caretakers or something?
Yeah, it looks like your prayers are answered.
Where? I don't see anyone.
That's because he's not really there. He's the spook. He comes out of the grave. Then he hides until you get right on top of him. Then he comes. He never won't lie down.
Oh, now I see him. Shut up, he'll hear you.
The dead don't care. The dead don't hear. Did you know that, little sister? When you're dead, the first thing that goes is your eardrums. The words get in them empathetically. Then they use the channels to bleed in.
You're disgusting. Look, he's coming towards us. I'm going to talk to him about cleaning up here. Where are you going?
Back to the find it out.
Excuse me, but do you work here? If you could, what are you doing? Ah, Johnny, help me! Ah!
You crazy, degenerate bastard! Get off her! Run, Barbara! Get the car started!
Barbara ran, but Johnny hidn't. He was too busy fighting the man, if man it was. A man with staring eyes and oddly pulpy body that absorbed the blows pounding into him. The body that stank more than any living body should. The body that overpowered Johnny's younger, stronger one, ripping out his throat, smashing his skull against a rock, then delving deep inside.
Oh, God! Oh, God, where are the keys? Oh, no, Johnny's still got them. Johnny, come on. Oh, no.
Barbara looked for her brother. She saw him, and the thing that straddled his body, its face smeared with blood. She did not wonder where the blood came from, for she could see the gaping hole in her brother's neck. But she felt no grief, only a mad desire to escape from the figure that now began to shamble towards her, bloody hands outstretched, scrabbling at the windows of the car and leaving pink smears all over them. Somehow, she released the handbrake, put the car in neutral, and her body, thrashing in terror, and the pounding outside set gravity in motion. It began to roll forward, gently at first, then faster, as if it sensed the terror that was behind it, the terror that pursued like a blind robot under the control of an unholy master. But hills don't go on forever, unless they lead straight to hell. Finally, the road leveled, then began to climb upward, and the car slowed, stopped, and slipped back until Barbara pulled on the brake. But the thing behind had no brakes. Frantically scanning the horizon, the girl saw a small farmhouse about 100 yards distant. To the left of the house was a gas pump. Barbara jumped from the car and ran until the solid wooden door of the farmhouse barred her flight.
Oh, help me, please. For God's sake, help me. Let me in. Open this door, damn you. Oh, my God, it's open. Oh, good. Is anyone home? Please, there's men outside. Gotta call the police. There it is. Hello? Hello? The radio. Dead! Is everything dead in this fucking place? Will somebody tell me what's going on? I'm coming! I'm coming! Please help me! There's a madman coming to get me! Keep away from me. What?
They're all around.
What the fuck's wrong with you? My brother's dead and the man who killed him is sitting out under that tree as though nothing happened.
Yo, get inside, quick. Listen, I'm not gonna I ain't going to increase. Next bit, don't worry about that guy outside. He's about to get away. It'll be okay if I can get some gas. My truck's just gonna drive. You got the key to the pump? The gas pump out front. It's locked. Give me the keys. Make the gas up and go. It's the only chance we got.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't live here. My brother's dead. You're talking about gas pumps and my brother's out there with his throat torn out and the man who killed him is sitting under a tree watching us.
You got a friend with him now. So you know the others. They know. Here. See that kindling over there? Now find some newspaper and start fire. Kindling? Wood, anything. Find the fire. I know there's a blaze out there that's burning the mountains and they clean off their bones if they come too close. I'm gonna get you! I'm gonna get all of you, you filthy scum bastard!
Who are they?
What? Turn on that radio so you can get some news.
Emergency Radio Network. Normal broadcasting facilities have been temporarily discontinued. Stay tuned to this network for emergency information. Law enforcement agencies urge you to remain in your homes. Keep all doors and windows boarded shut. Use all food, water, and medical supplies sparingly. Civil defense forces are attempting to gain control of the situation. Stay near your radio and stay tuned to this frequency. Do not use your automobile. Remain in your homes. Keep all doors and windows locked. Okay. Get about the gas. We're going to have to hold up here for a bit. Now snap out of it. Help me barricade these doors and windows with. Bust up every bit of furniture I can find and you look for hammers and nails. What's your name, man?
Barbara.
All right, Barbara, I know you've been through a terrible time. You got to put it out of your mind right now. Take a look under the kitchen sink for the hammer bar. I see the furniture. Our broadcasters will convey information as received from Civil Defense Headquarters. This is your Civil Defense Radio Network. Normal broadcasting facilities have been temporarily discontinued. Stay tuned to this wavelength.
Good, I got it. Damn radio. Dr. Peterson. Got a hammer and nails?
Hammer and a jar full of nails.
Good girl. Bring them over here and hand me the nails while I work on this window. Lucky this place ain't too big.
Those things out there.
All right to know. They're not human, that's for sure. Might have been once, but no more. No, sir. Give me a couple more minutes. All I know is I was out of town on my job. I was waiting at the station to get home to see my kids. And the train didn't show. I waited. No one seemed to know what was going on, so I started to itch. Okay, that's fine. Now over to the next one. Anyways, no one would pick me up. But that ain't surprising because folks don't pick up black hitchhikers. Then I get to this little town, and it's all wrong somehow. Looks like the plague's hit. Only no plague I know. These people all tore up and bloody. And I pass by here, and I hear a radio blasted, and I know I gotta get me home as quick as possible to my two boys. And their mom's dead, and all they got is me and my mother. So I see this pickup truck, and a guy lying beside it with his head pulled off, and his keys are still in ignition. So I take off like a bat out of hell, and things I see along the way, I ain't gonna tell you about. Okay, let's do the door now. And I get to this town here, just over the other side of the hill, but I'm nearly out of gas, and I see a Sunoco station nice and empty. But before I get to it, I have to pass another guy. And there comes a big gasoline truck roaring out of the parking lot. Damn near knocked me off the road. And there's about 10 or 15 of those things clinging on to him. Soon, I reached into the driver's cab. One of them has his arms around the driver's neck, and the truck goes clear across the road, right through the bumps. Whew. Everything was one big bang. Now keep out. Let's do the back of the house now. We'll leave the upstairs. There's no overhanging trees, and they don't seem to be able to climb. Where was I? Oh, yeah. The things still on the truck are blazing, and the rest are something away as though they're stuck. The driver, well, I said he can't get out of his cab, and he's screaming because he's being cooked alive. And you know, I never thought I'd say this, but it's a better way to go than being caught by those things. Then I take another look at the diner, and I see all its windows broken, and the door off the hinges, and all the cars still parked outside. And I knew those things were in there. Only it wasn't food they were after. Least of all, not the sort you and me. Sorry, honey. That may stop. Look, can you hear me? I'm going to carry you upstairs to one of the bedrooms. You'll be safe there. You lie down and rest, and when you feel better, you can come down again and help.
I'm all right. I feel safer if I stayed with you. I can't stand up under those things outside. Waiting. I think I'm going mad.
Why don't you take a look around for some wood and try that closet?
There's no wood, but there's something else. Oh, thank God, is there something else?
A rifle! Delicious.
A whole box.
Oh, that's great. This could be a hell of a lot worse.
It could. could.
Turn the radio on, wait. Might be some more news. Latest bulletins from Emergency Central. Up-to-the-minute reports inform us that the siege, which started in the eastern part of the country, has now spread across the entire nation, and reports are that it might be worldwide. Medical and scientific advisors have been summoned to the White House, and Washington informs us that the president is about to address the nation. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the president. Well, the strange beings that have appeared in many parts of our nation seem to have certain predictable patterns of behavior. In the few hours before initial reports of violence and homicidal attacks, it has been established that the alien beings are human in many ways. Theories as to their origin and their aims have been so diverse that at this point we have to state that these factors are as yet unknown. Teams of scientists and physicians presently have the corpses of several of the aggressors, and these corpses are being studied for clues that might confirm or negate existing theories. The most overwhelming fact is that these beings are infiltrating urban and rural areas across the nation in forces of varying numbers, and you've got to take every precaution. Attack may come at any time and any place without warning. Repeating the important facts from our previous reports, there is an aggressive army of unexplained, unidentified humanoid beings, and these beings are totally irrational in their violence. They are weak in physical strength and can be distinguished from humans by their deformed appearance. They are usually unarmed and do not appear to be capable of handling weapons. They are not like an organized army, have no apparent battle plan, and can be stopped by immediate immobilization either by blinding or dismembering. If encountered, they are to be avoided or destroyed. Under no circumstances should you allow yourselves or your families to be alone or unguarded while this menace prevails. These beings are flesh eaters, and they eat the flesh of the victims they kill. Indeed, the principal characteristics of their onslaught is their depraved, insane quest for human flesh. I repeat, these alien beings are eating the flesh of their victims.
We're gonna die! We're gonna die!
Oh, shit, we are! You want me to stop you here?
I want to get out of here!
Well, you can't. We're sealed in. They are still out. Stay here till next change. Yeah, I probably need to tell everyone about it.
They're coming to get us!
Where's he going? Don't shoot! We're the same as you! First time white man's ever said that to me.
Honest, mister, we're okay. We're from town.
My name's Harry Cook. This young Thompson, brother. We've been holding him in the cellar. That's right. And I've been up here busting my balls trying to make this place safe. But you've been down there all this time and tucked up nice and cozy like. Couldn't you hear the racket of the night? How are we supposed to know who you were, huh? You could have been those things trying to get in. You couldn't hear the girl screaming? These things don't scream, you know. We're not experts on their behavior patterns, and the walls are too thick to hear anything. That's right. The rackets were making sounded as though the place was being ripped apart. Wait a minute, you bastard. First, you say the walls are too thick to hear. Then, in the next breath, you say you thought the place was being ripped apart. Now, I'm getting your story straight before you mouth off. Bullshit! I don't have to take any crap from you. We found a safe place in the cellar, and I wasn't going to risk it for any stranger having to wander in.
Why don't we all calm down, huh?
I'll be calm when I'm safely back in the cellar. Look, listen, they can't get everything's holding open down here. The only weak spots are the windows upstairs, and all I need is a little more time to fix them. You haven't got any more time. Those things are going to get in, and the cellar is the safest place there is. They'll overturn my car, and they'll bust through your barricades like a knife going through butter.
Harry's a bit upset, mister. He's got his wife and kid downstairs. The kid's hurt pretty bad. Sorry about that. I still think we're better off up here.
Yeah, that's up here. They turned my car over.
You keep saying that. They don't have any strength, I tell you. I've already killed 3 of them. Any 4 or 5 normal people can overturn a car for them. That's my whole point. There's going to be more than 3, 10, 20, 30, who knows? This place is going to be crawling with them. Man, you agree in the very sunshine. That many, we don't stand a chance, period. This is still the best place. So you go back down the cellar. That leaves you with just 1 door to defend. Well, great. But that works both ways. It's your only way out, too. What are you going to do if they come downstairs 10 at a time? You going to lay and throw a hand in by any chance? Up here, we've got at least some options open. Keep the cellars a last resort if we can't fight them off up here.
That makes sense, Mr. Cooper. Let's stay up here.
You stay the hell where you like. I'm going back down there and bolt that door behind me, and it doesn't get unlocked again until the National Guard tells me to open it.
Why is everybody arguing?
What's the matter with her?
You, for one. How are you going to know it's the National Guard? Could be those things trying to get in, you know. Don't forget, you can't hear anything down there. So you say, man, you think they've got the time or the manpower to search every house in the country? This thing is all over. It could be weeks before they get in. Before that, you could starve. Go out of your head.
No, you're right, mister. We should stay up here, Mr. Cooper. Are there any more of those things outside, mister?
Ben is the name.
6 or 8, I think. Does anyone believe in cremation around here? I'm going downstairs. You stew in your own damn juice. They're coming at us.
Ben and Tom ran over to one of the windows where gray and rotting hands were trying to force their way in. Ben slammed the heavy rifle butt down on the groping fingers. Oblivious to the pain, they continued to scrabble at the wood, trying to rip it free from the nails that held it to the frame. Then, a face replaced the hands, or part of the face, for rotting flesh hung down in shreds, exposing the cheekbones while one dead eye dangled down the face on a string. Ben fired the rifle point blank, and the head sailed away, leaving the torso to crumble on the ground. But another took its place. The gun roared again, and a huge hole was blasted in its upper chest, but it merely staggered, then moved forwards, the moonlight glinting through its torso, exposing things that should never be seen by man. Ben fired again, smashing its hip. The thing went down awkwardly, tried to rise, fell again, and began crawling in aimless circles. The rest of the things retreated to the trees.
Harry? Harry, are you all right? What's happening?
It's all right. That settles it. Back to the cellar. So those men. Get out of my sight. Rot down there. We'll need food.
Oh, yeah?
Keep away from that refrigerator. Blow your goddamn head off. You can have your cellar and everything that's in it. This floor and upstairs is my territory. Everything here, from the food to the radio, is mine. Get the fuck out of here. Tom, this man is crazy. Are you going to let him get away with it? We have a right to food.
I'm staying up here. You can too.
Wife and sick kid down there. Yeah. I feel sorry for them, you know. They've got to bend on a dumb, gutless, wonderful man. That's okay. That's okay. You go be king of the shit pile down there. I'll be king up here, and we'll see who makes out the best. If anything happens to us, you can come up here and fight the things. You bastards!
Send Judy up when you go down. She'll want to be with me.
Who's Judy?
My girlfriend.
Judy. Another one. Why did you say she was down there?
You didn't give me much of a chance.
Okay, yes, I did. Judy walked up the cellar steps and into the living room. She was a tall, thin, blonde-haired girl of about 17 and looked as though a puff of wind would blow her away. Tom had a good pair of shoulders on him, but was obviously little more than a kid. Over in the corner, Barbara lay on the couch, eyes closed, in a semi-catatonic state. Ben looked them over, and his insides contracted. Two nice kids, a crazy girl, and downstairs a whining coward who'll sell you out in a minute, his wife, and a sick child. While outside, he closed his mind and spoke. Hi, Judy. My name's Ben. The girl over there on the couch is Barbara. Her brother got killed out there, and she's still slipped up. I'm glad you're here. The more of us, the better chance we got.
This door is closed. It stays closed. Won't be open again ever. Go down, young shit, asshole!
This is our time. This kid's all sick.
Don't worry about it. I know this time. Give him a day or less. He'll be back up here for wine and food. I'll give it to him. Not that he deserves it. Harry walked down the steps of his chosen prison. The place had been used as a storeroom. The walls were lined with heavy cardboard boxes of varying shapes and sizes. Under the ceiling, there was the usual tangle of water, gas, and electricity pipes, and from those were hung thin ropes for clotheslines. These caused Harry to bend over and crouch, fortifying the gothic image of a hunchbacked jailer on his way to torment his victims, while broken and discarded domestic appliances gave the illusion of sophisticated instruments of torture. Presiding over this scene of marital bliss was Helen, Harry's long-suffering wife. A pretty, faded woman in her mid-30s, she was bent over a sink, wetting a handkerchief. Her 5-year-old daughter lay motionless on an old wooden table. The sound of her breathing was not a good sound.
She's got a bad fever.
Two more people upstairs. One's a troublemaker, thinks he knows it all. I offered to share this place with him, but he wouldn't listen. Tom and Judy on his side. She wouldn't listen to me.
Karen needs help, Harry. She needs a doctor.
So you don't get up.
Oh, sure. Nothing simpler. I'll just stroll down.
Oh, it's going to get bad. Don't worry.
Those things come up to me. I'll say, excuse me, my kid's sick. Let me through with you. They'll understand.
You know, I hate you. I think I've always hated you.
Tell the boy about it.
Harry? Harry, can you hear me down there?
Yes, Tom, we can hear you.
Helen, you've got food and water up here. Maybe we can help Karen. There's going to be a special message on the radio in 10 minutes telling us what to do.
Listen to him. He'll get us all killed.
Just mind the hands off me. You haven't got the guts of a louse. I'm going up there. We'll be up, Tom.
Okay, it's your decision. Don't blame me if we all get killed.
Once more, the cellar steps echoed to the sound of footsteps. The door was unbolted from the inside, and Harry and his wife appeared, the former looking sullen, the latter blinking in the strong electric light. My name's Ben. I'm glad you changed your minds. Where's your little girl?
She's sleeping downstairs. She's very sick.
Judy's in the kitchen. I'll get her. I don't care why you listen to the radio. You need a break.
Thank you. What's wrong with that girl on the couch?
Okay, she's in shock. Her brother got killed by those things. She only just got away.
Poor thing. Harry, that poor girl's brother was killed.
This place is never going to hold him. There's a million weak spots all around us.
You haven't heard a thing I've said, have you? All you care about is your own rotten skin. If it's that bad, why don't you pick up a hammer and do something instead of bitching and moaning all the time?
You can't see a thing with all that wood across the windows. There could be a million of those things out there just waiting to get us. Why doesn't someone wake that girl up? If it's a plan, I'd want her to hear it with the rest of us. I don't want to waste time later explaining when we could be getting away.
You leave her alone. Here. I'm in charge here. You take your orders from me, not him. You wake that girl up before she's ready.
You're dead. Citizens are urged to remain in their homes. Those who ignore this warning only expose themselves to danger from the aggressors and from armed citizens who have been instructed to shoot first and ask questions afterwards. Isolated families are in extreme danger. Any escape attempts should be made in heavily armed groups and by motor vehicle if possible. Fire is also an effective weapon. These beings are highly inflammable. Man defense outposts have been established on major arteries leading to all communities. These outposts are equipped to defend all refugees and to offer medical and surgical assistance. Police and vigilante patrols are in the process of combing remote areas and search and destroy missions against the aggressors. These patrols are attempting to evacuate isolated families, but rescue efforts are proceeding slowly due to the sheer enormity of the task. We now bring you Sheriff C.W. McClellan, Chief of the County Police.
Well, folks, things aren't going too badly. We killed 19 of the things today and might have had more. Only my men had to stop to eat and drink.
Sheriff, can we defeat these things?
Sure we can. All you gotta do is shoot for the brain. Or if you ain't got a gun, just lop their heads off. Never said you should do it. Or burn them. Yes, sir, they go up like wax paper. But I like to. Only don't let them get too close.
So you think you'll have the situation under control?
In time. Leastways in our part of the world. Can't speak for anywhere else. They're pretty weak, and the only way they can get you is to take you by surprise, or by sheer force of numbers. Only don't wait around waiting for us to rescue you if you're low on food or in any immediate danger. Now, we'll try like hell to get to you before they do, but it might take days. So if you're a large group, strike out on your own. Hold up somewhere safe and try and get some sort of signal out so we know where you are. You might just set some of those critters on fire and send us a smoke signal. But what exactly are those critters, Sheriff? Oh, they're dead. Right now. Only what brought them back to life, I don't know. Not my concern either. My job's to put them back in the ground the second time and make certain they stay there.
Thank you, Sheriff McClellan. And now, please remain in your homes with all the doors and windows locked and securely fastened. We will be with you every hour on the hour with updated reports on this national emergency.
Lock all the doors and windows. Stay good, citizens. And go out if you have a gun and a car.
They said they had doctors and medical supplies. If we could somehow get there, they could help Karen.
Sure. Carrying a sick child with a crazy lady in tow and the place crawling with those things.
I don't think we have much choice. You've been. The nearest big town is only about 10 miles away. They're bound to have a checkpoint there.
You
Sure. Judy and I were swimming in the lake over there when those things came. We grabbed our clothes, ran over to the house, found the old lady who runs the farm dead upstairs. Then Harry and his family showed up.
Oh my God, that's Carl Weathers. He played Apollo Creed.
Oh, in one of the bedrooms. Pretty chewed up.
He's got some family
He had a
ties.
10-year-old grandson, but there's no sign of him. What?
I says we go, and I say we stay till the cops come.
Mister, I never wanted to bust anyone in the mouth as bad as I want to bust you. You're just sick and you want to stay here.
It's murder to go out there. We'll be dead after 50 yards.
Not my trouble.
You truck. Jesus Christ, why didn't you say so?
Yeah, there's only enough gas to get us up the main road, and the gas pump out front is locked up. People volunteer to go out there and bust it up. Well, the key's got to be somewhere. There's a big key ring down in the basement.
Well, get it.
How many jars down there? Jars? Oh, smoked fruit jars, I think.
We'll get them to get some kerosene. We can make some Molotov cocktails. Toss them out the upstairs window and drive those things back. We can get to the truck and pump it. Harry, you'll be responsible for throwing the cocktails and covering the front door while we get the truck. As soon as we're out of here, lock it up. We'll be ready to open up shop when we get back.
I'll need to take the gun then. I've got to have the gun.
Hell you do. What do you think we're going to use outside?
And how do I know you and Tom won't just gas up and go.
It's what makes life so interesting. If we leave, you can just go back down your bunko like you wanted to do all along. Now turn on that goddamn radio while we're listening. You can be making the Molotov cocktails.
I don't know how to.
You fucking lie. Tom, go ahead with those drums. You know now?
Sure, we learned it in school.
Need a cigarette? I got like two of them.
It is now midnight Eastern Standard Time. The latest report from the Walter Reed Hospital confirms what many of us have thought all along. The army of aggressors, which is attacking much of the east and midwestern sectors of our country, is made up of dead human beings.
Will you be quiet?
Dead people from morgues, hospitals, funeral homes, as well as many of those killed during the conflict, have returned to life with an insatiable desire to kill other humans and to feast upon their flesh. What has caused this terrible occurrence we cannot say, but speculation focuses upon the recent unsuccessful space probe to Venus. You will remember that the spaceship, carrying with it a high level of radiation, crashed into the Atlantic Ocean just off the eastern seaboard. We may never know the reasons for the horror we are now experiencing, but we emphasize that the marauders are not from another planet, but are recently dead human beings. They can be killed easily by a gunshot or by heavy blows to the head. We also warn you that anyone who dies as a result of being attacked by one of these creatures may also come back to life with the same predatory instincts. The disease is communicable through open wounds, bites, or scratches. Anyone who dies during this emergency must be decapitated or cremated immediately.
Downstairs with Karen. She was bitten on the arm by one of those things.
You better stay with her at all times. And you better tell her what to expect. And what we've got to do if she doesn't go through. You can't do that to her. Well, you heard the radio. If she dies, she won't be the
You hear that? I think that was George in the other room. The fucking song is
Molotov cocktails I know.
Yeah, I hope he shot it. Gave him a gun.
Come back downstairs as soon as me and Tom hear you.
Yeah, Luigi. A blubbered up Luigi.
In case somebody try to get through. Then make sure the door is closed and barred. As soon as you hear us drive up to the house, open the door promptly and get all the women ready to run for it. Harry climbed the stairs with a box of Molotov cocktails and opened the window on the landing. As he looked out, he saw groups of the dead things huddled all over, like idlers hanging outside an employment exchange. Some were around the truck. Others were standing in the clumps of trees. Viciously, he began to light the Molotov cocktails and hurl them with all his strength through the window. They burst on the gravel path and the grass beyond, flames illuminating the things as they drew back, moaning softly. Some of the kerosene splashed on them, and their bodies flared like dried Christmas trees. While Harry was busy upstairs, Ben and Tom worked feverishly on the door, prying the wood away from the nails as quietly as possible so as not to alert the things outside. Finally, the last barricade was lifted. And soon after, they heard Harry's running footsteps on the stairs. They darted out, and Harry reached the door, but not in time to stop a panicked Judy who ran after Tom. Harry knew his duty. He slammed the door shut, in time to see Judy's path blocked by two of the ghouls. By now, Tom had clubbed his way to the truck, climbed into the cab, and was trying to start the engine. Alerted by Judy's screams, Ben turned and drove the stock of his rifle butt into their skulls, grabbed the frightened girl, hurled her into the cab, then jumped into the flatbed. The engine fired and the truck rocked across the uneven ground and screeched to a halt against the pump. Tom leapt out and fumbled with the lock, but seeing the creatures almost upon him, Ben shoved it back and smashed the lock with his rifle, releasing the gas which spurted in all directions. Picking up the hose, Tom crammed it into the gas tank, spilling a generous sample on the ground, while Ben continued to fight off the invaders. Neither of them saw the dying flames from the Molotov cocktail spring into life as they sped across the gas-soaked ground, then leap across the rear fender of the truck. Tom's awareness came from the sudden rush of heat on his back. He yelled, turned and jumped into the cab and gunned the engine, a terrified Judy clinging to him. Ben, knowing that the only escape route was back to the farm, started to run, swinging his gun like a club, head high. Peering through the barricades inside, all that Harry could see was a running man surrounded by misshapen figures and the truck, by now a fiery comet, speeding away into the distance. Suddenly, it exploded in a ball of flame, incinerating its 2 passengers. Harry, by now wild with terror, abandoned the locked front door and headed for the cellar. Outside, 3 ghouls were trying to claw their way in, and Ben quickly pulped their heads like a child demolishing toadstools with his foot. Finding the door locked, he retreated several paces, then hopped towards it, using one leg like a battering ram, and smashing his way through, just in time to see Harry opening the cellar door.
Get over here and help me fix this door! Now, you see, next time you pull something like this, I'll throw you outside and lead you to those things. You're too guilty. Helen, come out of the cellar. Tom and Judy are dead. We're stuck here. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is now 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. For the first time, we are seeing signs that the authorities are beginning to get things under control. Civilian personnel working in conjunction with the National Guard have reestablished order in most of the affected communities, and while curfews are still in effect, the intensity of the attack is abating. Law enforcement agencies are predicting a return to normality within the week. However, until then, vigilance must be maintained. We must decapitate and burn all corpses. And now a few words from Dr. Lewis Sanford of the local county health department. Dr. Sanford, can you give us any reasons for this phenomenon? We really can't explain it at present. That's not to say that we won't have an answer for you sometime in the near future, but so far our evidence is inconclusive. But what about the Venus probe? What about it? You know as much as I do, and I'm really not qualified to comment on it one way or the other. As you know, I'm a medical pathologist, not an aerospace engineer. What I and my colleagues have been trying to do is to find a medical and pathological reason for something that is without precedent in history. Most likely the causes are due to a virus or viruses that are unknown to us. They could have mutated or been activated by something like the Venus probe. But will it go on, sir? I mean, will we have to keep burning our corpses? Why not? Much of the most sanitary way of disposing of the dead should have been mandatory years ago. But again, I don't know. It could be that the diseased organisms that cause the horror are short-lived. They may die off quickly or be a mutant breed incapable of reproduction. We're hopeful that this will be the case. But those of you at home listening must decapitate and burn any corpses that might still be lying around. And if they are inside the home, just put on some gloves, drag them outside, and put them to the torch. Thank you for those reassuring words, Dr. Sanford. And now, until our next broadcast in 1 hour, here is some music. Oh, downstairs. There's a flashlight on the stairs. Nothing at that gun, Helen. We can go to the cellar. You've got to help me.
He's already beaten you up. Next time he'll kill you. Haven't you done enough damage already?
I haven't done any damage. It's him.
He got 2 people killed. If only I could get my hands on that gun.
Now, fuses are okay. Power lines must be down. I've left the flashlight top the stairs. Why don't you go there and see your daughter? Her breathing sounds kind of strange.
They're trying to get in again.
Harry, give me a hand over here.
Sure. I'll give you a hand. What are you doing with the gun, man? Help me keep this place out.
You keep him out, big guy. You're not so brave without your gun, are you? I'm going to the cellar, and I'm taking Helen and that zombie girl with me.
And you can stay up here, and I hope they get you quick.
Ben turned towards the window where a number of the ghouls were pounding on the timbers. When one plank was loose enough, Ben ripped it aside, then hurled it like a javelin at Harry. It caught him in the arm, and with a cry of pain, he dropped the gun. Ben pounced, and as Harry backed away, he picked it up, cocked it, and fired, blasting a hole in Harry's chest, knocking him head first down the cellar steps. Helen had no time to be a grieving widow. She had other things to think about. 2 ghouls had succeeded in breaking through the window and had seized her by the hair and neck. Ben clubbed at them, then shot them both in the face. Freed, Helen ran screaming down the cellar steps, falling over the body of her husband in the dark and landing in a heap at the bottom.
Oh. Mommy? Baby, is that you? Oh, darling, are you feeling better? Mommy, pick me up. Oh, baby, come to Mommy. I'm so glad that you... Oh! Oh! Karen! No! Please!
Karen wasn't feeling better. Karen wasn't feeling anything at all, except the lust for warm human flesh. She was dead. Her mother's fall had interrupted her as she was chewing through her father's arm, but she had always liked her mother better anyway. As Helen picked her up, the child in turn picked up a rusty garden trowel and plunged it again and again into her mother's breast, throat, and stomach. She continued long after Helen's screams had ceased, until the flesh was a ragged ruin. Then, contentedly, she dug her hands into the gaping wounds and began
Get the white woman, dude. It was over.
While upstairs, Ben was fighting like a madman. The barricades were crumbling under the onslaught of 50 or so ghouls. Barbara, shocked into consciousness again, was fighting alongside him. One ghoul sank his teeth into her neck until Ben blew off most of his head. Part of its face and jaw still remained embedded in her flesh, and quite mad now, she ran screaming from the room straight into the path of a group of undead who were advancing towards her. They fell upon her, ripping and tearing as they dragged her outside. She fought on automatically until she looked dead into the face of her brother Johnny, who had his fingers locked for the kill. Mercifully, her brain cut out, and seconds later her body followed as she was engulfed. There would be nothing left of her to be reanimated. Ben, outnumbered, retreated slowly towards the cellar. From behind, he felt hands clawing at his legs, looked down and saw the bloody face of Karen. All normal instincts gone, he picked her up and smashed her against the wall. But she staggered to her feet and advanced again, but too late to stop him, leaping down the cellar steps and slamming the door behind him. The door shook and bulged like canvas caught in a strong wind, but miraculously it held against the onslaught. Little by little, the pounding diminished, and from the shuffling noises above his head he deduced that the ghouls were leaving the house to feast on the body of Barbara and to wait easier prey. His fingers closed around the discarded flashlight, and he held it upwards to check out his new territory. The first thing it encountered was the shiny bald pate of Harry.
Oh, I never used that
Then
once.
the staring eyes and half-chewed arms. But the eyes were no longer staring.
I never touched it.
Twitched. And the other.
Honestly.
And slowly the limbs jerked like those of a man under electric shock therapy. It wasn't easy to hold the light on the thing that wouldn't die and to aim the rifle at the same time, but Dan managed. The bald covering was blown away, and with it most of Harry's brains splashed against the far wall. Helen's body was in a far worse state of mutilation. Karen had an unholy appetite for a 5-year-old. But it too began to roll over and play living until a bullet obliterated his face and head. Now there was no one else left. All of them were dead, except him. As he threw down his rifle in exhaustion, he felt a pain in his right arm. Looking down, he noticed, almost absent-mindedly, the torn shirt and parallel lacerations caused by Karen's teeth. So, now his name was on the waiting list of the Undead Club. Sinking into a corner, Ben wept uncontrollably, then, worn out, fell asleep. His last waking thoughts were on his 2 children.
Hey, Sheriff, how many more places we got in this area, huh?
Well, Sergeant, there's another 10 I'd like to finish before noon. We'll meet up with the local patrol cars at the Miller Farm. Check it out, then we'll push on. Depending how it is, maybe we'll stop for a break and some coffee there. Then I'm dog tired.
Reckon there'll be anybody left there?
How the hell should I know? Doubt it. All there is the old lady and her 10-year-old grandson. Depends upon how many of those things are in the area and whether she could get to somewhere safe. We'll know soon enough.
That's crazy. Real? That's some crazy shit. Oh, God. It's lower. It's lower. Ah.
On there.
I know, Nips. That's why I lowered it. Nips, I lowered it.
At the request of the Shepherd Valley Police Department and the Sonoma County Crisis Management Office.
Sonoma.
This is not a test. As of 8:46 p.m. yesterday Central Standard Time, local authorities have been responding to a rapidly growing civil disturbance in the Shepherd Valley and Sonoma County areas. It is believed that a local viral outbreak has mutated into a highly infectious strain, presenting with symptoms of erratic and uncharacteristically violent behavior. For your safety and the safety of others, please refrain from venturing outdoors at this time. If you are currently indoors, stay indoors. If you are outdoors, please make your way home or seek shelter at a friend's home immediately. There is no need to panic or act dangerously. Lock doors and windows, and do not respond to strange noises or knocks. Do not call 911 for information, or if you are not experiencing a life-threatening emergency at this time. It is essential that communication lines remain open for serious emergencies. If you see someone behaving strangely, or you or a loved one experience a sudden onset of nausea, please dial 911 immediately. If you come in contact with law enforcement or National Guard personnel, remain calm and follow their instructions. Stay close to a television, radio, or another device that can receive emergency notifications. Periodic updates will follow.
We are receiving unconfirmed reports of random acts of bizarre behavior and mass confusion from all over the city. Details are scarce at this time.
It was a horrific scene, something out of a zombie. You walk up the block, you see nothing but people laying around, shaking on the ground.
Took them and ran to the back of the store, and we jumped over the counter and just hid in one of the storage rooms.
Never before in my life. I was like a war zone. I mean, it wasn't just a little pistol. Those were big, big guns.
Had his face completely from the top of his forehead to almost his jaw. It wasn't just that he was being bit, is that the person was actually swallowing pieces of his face.
David, the staff here says they haven't seen anything close to the sheer volume of casualties. Badly injured, very frightened people are pouring in, no exaggeration, by the hundreds. We're told that most of the injuries are bites, not gunshot or stab wounds, as we would like to believe earlier. Just a few minutes ago, we spoke with...
While so many are struggling, gun stores have seen an increase in sales since this pandemic hit.
Craziness. It's just crazy, you know. I haven't seen anything like it. Honestly, it was slim pickings, man. There's not a lot left going on.
Pretty much gives him the authority to use the National Guard for any purpose that he deems fit.
Responding to emergencies, transporting people and supplies, and helping with medical care.
Highways are hopelessly clogged. There is no way out of the city. We had to come up here into the Hollywood Hills just to find some refuge. I think we're safe for the moment, but I'm not going to stay long. Right now, the LAPD has pulled out of South Central Los Angeles entirely and is trying to form a defensive perimeter around Beverly Hills. But I don't know how they're going to stop these things. If you're hearing me, stay away from Los Angeles. The city is out of control.
In California, the governor has warned that over half the population of the state, more than 25 million people,
Message is transmitted at the request of the Pennsylvania State Police Department. An unidentified virus strain is rapidly spreading across the state of Pennsylvania. The first reports of the virus are believed to have been in State College. The virus has since spread throughout the state of Pennsylvania. It is believed that it will spread to adjacent states within the next 12 hours. Symptoms of this virus include initial nausea and vomiting, blurred vision, loss of muscle control, and unconsciousness. State College is also reporting that some of the affected persons are turning into zombie-like creatures. At any time, they may start causing massive damage to the area. Because this is an airborne virus, authorities recommend that the following action should be taken by all members of the public. Stay indoors, if at all possible. Turn off all heating and air conditioning systems. Wear breathing masks to prevent catching the virus. Have enough food and water supplies for sheltering for 1 to 2 weeks. If you touch this virus and show symptoms of turning into a zombie, you will be quarantined in your home for an indefinite period of time. Any residents not in the state of Pennsylvania hearing this message should also take these precautionary actions. If the virus continues to spread, these actions will be taken by your governments as well. Most importantly, stay safe in this situation. Unruly behavior will not be tolerated. You will be arrested.
So boogie. I'm like, okay. That bed okay? Yeah. Cool. Geppetto Productions, you see this?
Well, it's not ready. It's out. He doesn't
Huh?
Poor little guy.
Little brother. So you got a little brother. Little brother.
That's so late.
Shut up. This is his toy box. He likes when I come to him. Right. Look at that shit on TV. Watch. That's what's his name. Night Court. Ball guy. Excuse me. know. Crazy shit. They're out there clawing at the door.
With Dying Light 2 right around the corner, I, Suggestive Gaming, figured now would be a great time to take a look at where the story currently stands to get ready for the long-awaited sequel. A couple of notes before we start. As always, our story begins in the year 2014, where we find Dr. Kalim Abbas working in a free clinic in the slums of the city of Haran, Turkey. One of his patients...
That's crazy. That fucking shit is just going on and on out there. Fucking dead people. I can't believe it. That shit is scary as a motherfucker. I'll tell you that right now. Don't know what the fuck to do. We're gonna fucking die. Fucking eat people. I mean, there's people getting eaten out there, man. That shit ain't good. Ain't God. Like, they're eating kids, man. It's fucking crazy.
Warning. Some viewers may find the following footage deeply disturbing. The following moments may contain explicit language. Viewer discretion is advised. It's a broadcast from the National Emergency Response Center. We interrupt regular programming to bring you an important update. This is not a test. Please listen carefully and follow all instructions. Good evening, citizens of the United States. Today, at approximately 2:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, an unusual medical emergency was reported in Newark. Dr. Emily Harper, Director of Emergency Medicine at St. Michael's, issued the following statement.
Are treating this case with the utmost caution. Specialists from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CCDC, have been contacted and are en route to conduct further tests and analysis.
Local law enforcement has cordoned off the affected industrial site in Newark, and federal teams are working alongside local authorities to assess potential risks. No other employees or residents in the area have shown similar symptoms at this time. Understand that such news can be unsettling, especially with the rapid pace of online speculation. However, the National Emergency Response Center assures you that this situation is under control. Please refrain sharing unverified information on social media. Trust only official updates such as this one. Currently, there's no evidence of airborne or waterborne transmission. The CDC is working closely with state health departments to rule out any potential contagion. Our top priority is the safety and well-being of every citizen. In light of this isolated event, we are asking for your cooperation with the following precautions. Any unusual illness or aggressive behavior in individuals to your local health department immediately. Avoid the area surrounding Newark's Passaic River Industrial Zone until further notice. Follow hygiene protocols, including hand washing and avoiding close contact with individuals displaying flu-like symptoms. As a precautionary measure, residents of Newark and nearby areas may notice an increased presence of law enforcement and federal response teams. These measures are purely preventive and should not be interpreted as an escalation of risk. As we continue to monitor and respond to this event, we urge you to maintain vigilance and remain calm. Events such as these test our resilience. Our healthcare professionals, first responders, and federal teams are working tirelessly to ensure the safety of our nation. In closing, we wish to acknowledge the healthcare workers and first responders managing this case with courage and expertise. Stay tuned to this channel for future updates, and please share this information with your family, friends, and neighbors. Together we can overcome any challenge. This is the National Emergency Response Center with an urgent update on the developing health crisis. This is not a test. Please stay tuned for critical information regarding your safety. Today, we bring you an update on the medical emergency reported yesterday in Newark, New Jersey. The situation has evolved rapidly, and we now have confirmed reports of similar cases appearing in neighboring areas. Within the last 12 hours, healthcare facilities in Jersey City and Hoboken have admitted patients displaying identical symptoms: disorientation, extreme insensitivity to pain or sedatives. As of now, a total of 18 cases have been documented, and investigations are ongoing to establish a definitive cause. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, along with the Department of Homeland Security's DHHS, are on the ground conducting thorough epidemiological assessments. Additional resources from the National Guard have been deployed to assist in containment measures in and around the Newark area. The affected zones are currently under strict quarantine protocols. Designated several containment zones. Zone A Newark, covering a 5-mile radius from the industrial site where the initial case was reported. Zone B Hoboken and Jersey City, with checkpoints established on roads including Road 1 and I-95. Zone C, a preemptive buffer zone spanning eastern parts of Staten Island. Curfews are being enforced, and civilians are urged to comply with local authorities. The National Guard has established medical tents and screening facilities at critical points. If you are in these areas and feel unwell, report to the nearest screening center immediately. As this situation unfolds, it is essential to familiarize yourself with the symptoms.
Video I sent?
Exhibited the following. Stage 1, flu-like symptoms including fever, chills, and body aches. Stage 2, sudden disorientation, erratic behavior, and hyper-aggressiveness. Stage 3, marked insensitivity to pain, along with violent tendencies. If you or anyone you know begins to display these symptoms, do not attempt to intervene directly. Contact emergency services immediately and follow their instructions. Experts from the CDC have issued preliminary findings suggesting that the condition may be linked to an unidentified viral agent. This agent is believed to affect neural pathways, disrupting cognitive and emotional functions. Development particularly concerning is the presence of what specialists are describing as residual memory patterns. Infected individuals have been observed exhibiting behaviors indicative of faint recollections. For one case involved an individual repeatedly attempting to unlock a door, though no key was present. In another, a patient was found staring at a photograph in a manner that suggested emotional recognition. Dr. Vanessa Price, a virologist with the CDC, shared the following insight.
This virus appears to hijack the brain's core survival mechanisms while leaving behind echoes of the person they once were. It's an unprecedented phenomenon, and we are racing to understand its full implications.
Growing threat, the government is enacting new measures to protect citizens. Please adhere to the following. Remain indoors unless absolutely necessary. Stock up on essential supplies, including non-perishable food, water, and first aid items. Stay connected through official broadcast channels like this one for real-time updates. Under no circumstances should you approach individuals exhibiting symptoms. Even if they appear familiar or non-threatening, maintain distance and alert authorities immediately. Difficulty of these measures, especially for those with loved ones in the affected areas. Know that every effort is being made to contain this outbreak. Scientists and healthcare professionals are working around to identify a cure. However, we must prepare ourselves for the possibility that this crisis may extend beyond initial projections. Stay vigilant, stay informed, and above all, stay safe. This broadcast will return with further updates as they become available. This is the National Emergency Response Center bringing you the latest update on the unprecedented health crisis spreading across the East Coast. This is not a drill. Please remain tuned for critical survival information. Urgent news. The viral outbreak, which began began in Newark has now spread beyond containment zones. Reports indicate new cases in New York City, Philadelphia, and as far south as Washington, D.C. The rapid escalation underscores the gravity of the situation. As of this moment, the government has declared martial law in affected regions, as to enforce curfews, aid in evacuation efforts, and maintain order. The National Guard has established fortified checkpoints along major highways, and air traffic over affected cities is restricted. Confirmed cases now in the thousands, with unconfirmed reports suggesting even higher numbers. Hospitals are overwhelmed, and emergency trade centers are being set up in stadiums, schools, and community halls. Best efforts, certain areas are no longer under effective government control. In Lower Manhattan, for example, a sudden surge in cases overwhelmed local authorities. This led to an evacuation order that left many stranded. Similar breakdowns have been reported in parts of Baltimore and Trenton. Military commanders have issued warnings.
If you are in these zones, do not wait for rescue. Shelter in place and barricade your location. Do not attempt to travel unless absolutely necessary, as roads are congested and checkpoints heavily guarded. Authorities are working to restore order, but we must prepare for the possibility that some areas may remain isolated for an extended period.
Yet more disturbing details about the virus effects. By stage 3, infected individuals lose all higher reasoning and operate purely on instinct. However, as mentioned previously, faint remnants of memory seem persist. Reports describe infected individuals gathering in familiar locations, homes, workplaces, even landmarks. A tragic account from Queens tells of a mother attempting to embrace her child, only for the infection to take hold fully moments later. Such incidents underscore the insidious nature of this outbreak and the emotional toll it is taking on survivors. At an alarming rate, adherence to survival protocols is more critical than ever. Barricade your location. Use furniture, metal objects, and any available materials to secure doors and windows. Avoid noises. The infected are highly sensitive to sound and may be drawn to disturbances. Use soft footsteps and avoid shouting. Limit travel. Must move. Stick to daytime hours and plan your road in advance. Have an emergency kit with food, water, and first aid. Stay connected. Keep a battery-powered radio or other devices to receive updates. Avoid relying solely on phones. Networks are becoming increasingly unreliable. Continues to play a pivotal role in combating this crisis. They are securing key infrastructure, assisting with evacuations, and enforcing containment protocols. In major cities like Philadelphia and New York, troops are working to establish green zones, safe areas where civilians can seek refuge. To find the nearest green zone, listen for local broadcasts or follow the beacon signals on emergency radio frequencies. If you encounter military personnel, follow their instructions explicitly for your safety. Stressing update. A military convoy transporting critical supplies from Fort Dix has gone dark after an ambush on Route 295. Preliminary reports suggest that large groups of infected, moving with unusual coordination, overwhelmed the convoy despite heavy security. This marks the first confirmed instance of organized behavior among the infected. Experts are scrambling to understand whether this is an anomaly or a sign of the virus evolving further. For now, all convoys are being rerouted, and military leaders are reassessing strategies for large-scale operations. These are terrifying times. The challenges we face may seem insurmountable, but history has shown humanity's resilience time and again. Scientists, healthcare workers, and first responders are working tirelessly to uncover a cure, and every citizen's effort to stay vigilant contributes to our collective survival. As the government, we pledge to do everything in our power to save your future. Stay strong, stay safe. Together, we will endure. This is the National Emergency Response Center with the latest updates on the escalating national crisis. Please listen closely as we provide critical information for your survival and safety. Citizens, it is with a heavy heart that we report that the outbreak has surpassed the containment measures enacted just 48 hours ago. The infection rate has climbed exponentially, and major metropolitan areas such as Chicago, Atlanta, and Houston are now reporting large-scale outbreaks. In these regions are either non-operational or severely limited. The government is working around the clock to establish new containment lines, but our resources are stretched thin. While military operations to secure strategic locations, we must acknowledge that our capacity to maintain control is weakening under the sheer weight of this catastrophe. Areas, particularly those outside immediate containment zones, local governance has completely collapsed. Police forces and emergency responders are overwhelmed. Many reports indicate that certain towns and neighborhoods are now ruled by groups of armed civilians who have taken the law into their own hands. I strongly urge all citizens to avoid large gatherings or attempting to join unregulated civilian militias. These groups, while potentially well-meaning, are untrained, heavily armed, and prone to unpredictable behavior. Relying government-designated green zones remains your safest option. Areas, shortages of basic necessities, food, water, and medicine have reached critical levels. Looting has become widespread, with reports of violent confrontations over dwindling resources. For those still able, regional resource depots are being established at designated green zones. These depots will provide rations and supplies to registered citizens. The list of active depots and their coordinates will be broadcast at the end of this message. Remember, supplies are limited. Ensure you follow distribution calls to avoid unnecessary conflict. The psychological toll on survivors is becoming evident. Despair, fear, and isolation are rampant. Mental health professionals urge survivors to seek solace in community, where possible, and to hold on to hope in these dark times. We acknowledge that it is difficult to remain optimistic. Reports of entire families succumbing to the virus, of loved ones transformed into unrecognizable forms of their former selves, have left deep scars. However, there is hope and resilience. Every effort to survive contributes to the possibility of rebuilding. The virus report that it is continuing to evolve. Patterns suggest that the infected are exhibiting rudimentary pack behavior. While it was initially believed that they acted purely on instinct, recent observations indicate they may coordinate their actions in rudimentary ways. This evolution has posed new challenges for containment efforts. Teams report encountering groups of infected converging on specific locations, such as hospitals or malls, places that once held significance to their past lives. This behavior is deeply troubling, as it suggests the virus employs residual human memories to guide its hosts. Communications infrastructure nationwide has suffered major disruptions. Cell networks in affected regions are either offline or heavily congested. Internet services are spotty at best, leaving many isolated from vital information. To counter this, the government has deployed mobile broadcasting units that will cycle through emergency frequencies. Citizens are advised to tune into these frequencies for localized updates. Keep your radios charged and tuned in. If you cannot access these broadcasts, prioritize finding a safe location with communication capabilities. Discipline and forethought, stockpile wisely, prioritize non-perishable foods, bottled water, and essential medical supplies. Avoid hoarding, as this can provoke unnecessary violence. Maintain radio silence. Unnecessary communication on shortwave or ham radios may attract unwanted attention, either from infected or hostile survivors. Plan escape routes. With increasing infection rates, identify multiple escape routes and travel only when absolutely necessary. Stay in small groups. Large groups can become targets or create confusion. Stick to a manageable size for easier mobility and stealth. Avoid overconfidence. Do not assume infected are slow or unintelligent. The virus evolution has demonstrated adaptability and persistence. Circumstances, research teams across the country continue their work. Labs in Denver and Boston have made significant breakthroughs in identifying the virus structural makeup, which could lead to potential treats or vaccines. Though it is too early to provide a timeline, this progress is a beacon of hope. Remember, staying alive ensures that you can benefit from these eventual solutions. Every decision you make to safeguard yourself and those around you contributes to humanity's survival. Podcast, we urge you to remain vigilant and steadfast. These are unprecedented times, but we are a resilient people. Together, we have faced countless challenges and emerged stronger. Though the days ahead with trials, remember, survival is an act of defiance against despair. Stay informed, stay safe, and above all, stay human. broadcast from the National Emergency Response Center. Please listen carefully. Good evening, citizens. It is with great sorrow that we report the collapse of our national infrastructure. What we have feared days has come to pass. The virus has spread beyond containment. The government's ability to respond is no longer sufficient, and we are now facing a national crisis of unprecedented proportions. Nation are grim. The infection rate has skyrocketed, and entire cities are now under siege. Hospitals are overwhelmed, and medical supplies have run out. We are no longer able to track the spread of the infection in real time. The virus is moving faster than we can react. This is no longer a local issue, no longer something confined to small outbreaks. Now spread to every region in the country. The CDC has confirmed that it is airborne. Infected individuals are no longer just carriers. They are something else. The symptoms have mutated. We are seeing cases of extra aggression, loss of cognitive function, and in some instances, reports of groups of infected working together. It's unconfirmed that the infected are drawn to certain locations: hospitals, government buildings, military outposts. These places are being overrun in mere hours. The infected seem to be coordinating, almost as if they be guided. We do not have confirmation of this, but the patterns are too consistent to ignore. Chaotic. In many major cities, law enforcement has disbanded. The National Guard has been deployed, but they are losing ground. The government is no longer in control. The National Emergency Response Centers offer limited power. We are doing our best to get information to you, but our resources are stretched thin. We urge you, you do not engage with the infected. Do not attempt to make contact. These people, they are no longer human. They are driven by something else, something darker. We have received reports of entire neighborhoods being wiped out in hours. Families, homes, businesses, all gone. I know it's difficult. I know that hope is hard to hold on to right now. But we are still trying. We are still fighting. We don't know what's coming next. The government is no longer able to help. The military's scattered. The cities are falling. But if you can hear this, there is still a chance. There are still survivors out there. Hold on as long as you can. Please stay safe. And remember, you are not alone. These reports of survivors, groups of people banding together, trying to escape the chaos. Some are organizing into makeshift militias, armed with whatever they can find. These groups are unpredictable, some unbuilt, but others are turning violent. There are rumors of people being hunted by these groups, or worse, infected into certain areas. Food and water are in critical shortage. Local stores have been looted. Supplies are running out, and we cannot guarantee that any deliveries will reach you. If you are a major urban area, we urge you to evacuate immediately. Do not wait for official instructions. There may not be time. Find a safe place, a shelter. We have received reports of people disappearing, not just to the infection, but vanishing entirely. In some places, entire blocks have been abandoned overnight. No one knows where they went. There are whisperthworks, something we don't fully understand yet. People are becoming unrecognizable. They're not just sick, they're changing. I don't know what's causing it, but it's spreading. If you are hearing this message, please stay tuned. We are doing everything we can to maintain communication, but we cannot guarantee how long we will be able to keep this channel open. The situation is worsening by the hour. As from the National Emergency Response Center, please remain tuned for critical updates. Good evening. This is day 6 of the national crisis. We are still here, but things have escalated beyond our worst fears. The infection is no longer just a viral outbreak. It has become something else, something beyond our understanding. Regions are consistent. The infected are no longer acting randomly. They are organized. There are reports of entire groups of infected traveling together, moving with purpose. They are no longer just mindless creatures. They seem to be following some sort of pattern, a strategy. We have no idea what's driving them, but it's clear that they are not as helpless as we once thought. Several major cities have completely fallen. Areas that were once considered safe are now overrun. Military forces are retreating, and the last lines of defense are collapsing. The virus is spreading faster any of us anticipated. Entire regions are now uninhabitable. We have no way of knowing where the next outbreak will occur. Able to track the infected. We have lost control. We are seeing reports of survivors, but they are few and far between. Most have already fled, or they've been taken. There are rumors of entire families disappearing overnight. Entire neighborhoods wiped off the map. We don't know if it's the infected or something else. We can't afford to wait for answers. We need to act now. Food supplies are almost gone. Water is running out. We are running on fumes. There are no more shipments, no more help. What little infrastructure we had left is falling apart. The government is no longer functioning. The National Emergency Response Center is operating on emergency power. This broadcast could be our last. You are hearing this to make your way to the designated safe zones. These locations are still operational, but only for a limited time. They are the last places where you might find shelter, food, and water. If you're near one of these, do not hesitate. Go now. Do not wait for further instructions, but be warned, these zones are not guaranteed to be safe. Survivors turning on each other. The infected are not the only danger anymore. People are desperate. They are fighting for their lives, and they will do anything to survive. Trust no one. Stay in groups, but keep your distance. The infected are not the only threat out there. We've received disturbing reports from several of the safe zones. Appearing taken, we believe there are whispers of something worse than the infected, something that watches. We don't know what it is, but it's out there. We cannot confirm these reports, but we can't. We are no longer in control. The world we knew is gone. The government, the military, the systems we relied on, they are all falling apart. We are on our own now. We have to survive whatever it takes. Please, if you can hear this, do not waste time. The world is collapsing, and we cannot stop it. The infection is spreading faster than we can track. There is no cure. There is no salvation. Only survival. They're here. They're... broadcast from the National Emergency Response Center. Please remain tuned for critical updates. It's day 7. We don't know how much longer we can keep this up. The situation has escalated beyond imagine. The infection, the attacks, it's not just a virus anymore. It's something else. Something more terrifying. And we're running out of time. Men from every corner of the country. The cities, the towns, they're all falling. Entire regions are overrun. The infected are not just mindless creatures. They are evolving, they're adapting. The reports we're getting are fragmented, but it's clear now they're learning. They're becoming smarter. They're working together. It's no longer a matter of survival. It's a matter of whether we can even fight back. We've received word from several survivors who claim that the infected are speaking. They're not just attacking, communicating in ways we can't understand. There are reports of whispers, of voices in the dark. We don't know what this means, but it's as if they've developed a consciousness. They're not just animals anymore. The military is gone. What's left of it is scattered. The last lines of defense have been breached. We are no longer in control of the situation. There is no government. There is no leadership. We are on our own. The infrastructure is crumbling. The power grids are down. We are lost. I know that many of you are still holding on. I know that some of you are out there still trying to survive, but we need to face the truth. We cannot keep hiding. The infection is everywhere. It's spreading faster than we can comprehend, and we can't outrun it. Something that we've been hearing in the reports. Survivors are saying that there's a new kind of infected, a leader of sorts. They're calling it the Alpha. It's different, fonder, smarter. It's leading the infect, organizing them, giving them direction. It's hunting, and it's not just hunting for food. It's hunting for survivors. Thing is, but we believe it's the key to everything. If we don't stop, if we don't find a way to eliminate it, we will lose everything. The Alpha, it's leading the infected in a way we can't comprehend. And if it gets to the last safe zones, it will be the end. I don't know if anyone is still listening, but if you are, you need to know the truth. The safe zones are no longer safe. The Alpha is coming for them. It's coming for us all, and we have no way of stopping it. If you're in a safe zone, leave now. Do not wait. Do not wait for anyone to tell you what to do. It's too late for that. Get out. Get out while you still can. Find shelter. Find weapons. Find anything that can protect you. But do not stay where you are. We are all that's left. We are the last survivors. And the Alpha, it's coming for us. Broadcast from the National Emergency Response Center. Please remain tuned for critical updates. It's day 8. The world, it's gone. There's no other way to put it. The infection has spread too far fast. The Alpha, it's real, and it's here. We've received reports from survivors in the last remaining safe zones. They're gone, every last one of them. We've tried to make contact with any remaining government officials, any survivors who might still be out there, but the lines are down. The power's out. The world has gone dark. There's no one left. No one to help. What to say anymore? The world we knew is gone. The cities are gone. The people are gone. The Alpha is here. And it's not stopping. It's coming for us all. If you're still listening, if you're still out there, I don't know what to tell you. There's no escape. No escape. The Alpha is hunting us, and we're running out of time. Please, if you can hear this, find shelter. Find anything. But don't stay where you are. It's coming for you. It's coming for everyone. Broadcast Please, for the last time, stay tuned for critical updates. It's day 9. I don't know how to start this. I don't know how much time I have left. The Alpha it's everywhere. The cities they're just filled with the infected, moving like a tide, an endless way escaping it. There's no escaping it. It's too late. We tried to fight back. We tried to hold the line. But the Alpha, it's not just a creature. It's not just a leader. It's something more. Something ancient, something that's been here long before us. Up close, it's like a shadow, a nightmare made flesh. It doesn't walk like we do. It doesn't move like we do. It's something that doesn't belong in this world. It's not even alive in the way we understand life. It's something else. I don't know how much longer I can keep this broadcast going. I'm not alone anymore. I can hear them outside. The infected, they're closing in the Alpha. It's close. It's hunting us down. And if you're still out there, I need you to understand something. The Alpha isn't just killing us, it's changing us. The infected, they're not just mindless monsters anymore. They're becoming something else, something worse. And it's all because of the Alpha. Left to hear this. I don't know if anyone's still alive, but if you are, you need to know this. The Alpha isn't just the end of humanity. It's the end of everything. It's going to consume this world. It will find a world, and then another, until there's nothing left. If you can hear me, if you're still alive, run as far as you can. The Alpha will find you. It always does, but at least you'll have a chance. Goodbye and good luck. DC broadcast. There are no more updates, no more help. This is the end. I don't know why I'm still speaking. I don't know who's listening anymore. There's no one left. The Alpha, it's here. It's everywhere. It's in the air, in the ground, in the very blood that courses through our veins. It's not just a creature. It's the end of everything. They're not the same anymore. They're evolving. They don't just hunt. They don't just kill. They change. They adapt. They learn. It's like they're being guided, controlled. I can hear it. The Alpha. It's close. It's always close now. I can feel it in my bones. It's not just hunting us. It's consuming us. It's turning us into something else, something worse, something unnatural. I can keep this broadcast going. I don't know if anyone's even left to hear it, but if you're still out there, you need to know this. The Alpha is not just a force of destruction, it's a force of transformation. It's changing everything, and when it's done with this world, it will move on to the next, and the next. Thing left, I can hear them now. The infected, they're outside, they're closing in, I can't run, there's nowhere left to go. The Alpha, it's already taken everything, and now I've come to hear this. If you can hear me, I'm sorry, so sorry. There's nothing left. There's no hope. There's only the Alpha, and when it comes for you, there's nothing you can do. building. I don't know what happened. The broadcast yesterday, I don't know if it was real. I don't know if I'm even real. I don't know how much longer I can keep this going. The world outside, it's different now. Everything's changed. The air, it smells wrong. The sky, it's darker, aimed by something. The infected, they're not like they were. They're faster now, smarter. I've been hiding in a building. I thought it would be safe, but I can hear them. I can hear the hinted outside, banging on the walls, trying to get in. They're not just hunting anymore. They're calling to each other, coordinating. It's like they're organized, like they're being led by something. Not one of the mindless ones, but a new kind. It had eyes that were too human. It saw me. It looked right at me. It smiled. I don't know if it was a grin or a snarl, but it was like it knew everything about me. I have to move. I can't stay here anymore. They're getting closer. The Alpha, I don't know if it's real, but I can feel it. It's like a weight on my chest, a pressure that won't go away. I don't know what it is, but it's everywhere, in the air, in the ground, in the things around me. I think it's watching me. I don't know how much longer I can stay quiet. I'm not alone. I thought I was. But there are others. Survivors. At least I think they are. I saw them through a window. They're not infected, but they're not like us anymore. They're different. I don't know what's happened, who's left. I don't know what to do. Out there, listen carefully. I don't know how long I've been here. Time doesn't matter anymore. The days blend together. There's only the now. The constant noise, the fear, and the way I had a plan. I thought I could escape, but I can't. The Alpha, it's real. It's not just a thing. It's alive. I don't know what it is, but it's out there. I can feel it. Every time I breathe, every time I move, it's like it's watching. I saw the Alpha. It's not like the others. It doesn't look like the infected. It doesn't move like them. It's bigger. Its eyes, I can't describe them. They're the color of the sky before a storm. Dark, empty. But they know. They know everything. It's coming. It's getting closer. I don't know what it wants. It doesn't speak. It doesn't need to. It doesn't need to do anything. It just exists. It's like it's the center of everything. Like it's the reason the world is like this. Like it's the one who started it all. There are others. They're still here. I can hear them too. They're out there hiding like I am, but they're not safe. No one is. I think I know why it's here. I think I understand now. It's not just hunting. It's waiting for something. I don't know what, but I think it's coming. I can't stay here. I have to go. I have to leave before it finds me. I don't know how much longer I can keep talking. I can hear it. It's here. It's right here. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to stop it. It's too powerful. So I can't escape. Bucket hide. There's no hiding from it. It's everywhere. It's in the walls, in the air. It knows where I am. It's touching me. I can feel it. The air it's cold. So cold. I can't hold on. It's changing me. I don't want to.
This is Daniel Rothman. You're listening to 1004.7 FM at 6:47 in the morning, April 16th, and I'm sitting here in the studio with my second cup of coffee that's already gone cold. Emily just handed me something, a report. Local hospital in Millwood, about 40 miles northeast of us. She's got this look on her face like she doesn't believe what she's reading. Apparently there was an incident last night, animal attack. Wild boar came into town around 7, 8 o'clock yesterday evening, collapsed right there on Main Street in front of the hardware store. People gathered around it, thought it was sick or dying. Then it got back up, started going after people. Witnesses say it was moving strangely, erratically. Hit 3 people before animal control and a couple of guys with rifles put it down for good. The 3 victims were taken to Millwood Community Clinic for treatment. Now, here's where it gets strange. Emily's reading me updates from the night shift at that clinic, and apparently all 3 bite victims developed severe symptoms within hours. High fever, convulsions, extreme aggression. The clinic staff sedated them, started them on antibiotics and rabies protocol, standard procedure for animal attacks. But the fever wouldn't break. By midnight, all 3 had gone into cardiac arrest. Doctors pronounced them dead. I'm reading this and thinking, tragic, awful, but not exactly news we'd lead with on a Thursday morning. Then Emily shows me the rest. 20 minutes after being pronounced dead, all 3 patients regained consciousness, but not consciousness exactly. They attacked the medical staff, attacked their own families who were in the waiting room. 4 doctors, 2 nurses, and at least 6 family members were bitten or scratched before security managed to lock the victims in the examination rooms. The clinic went into lockdown around 1 in the morning. Local police are there now. The report says the situation is contained, but they're requesting additional medical personnel and hazmat teams. They think it might be some kind of severe rabies variant, or maybe something in the boar system, some kind of bacterial infection they haven't identified yet. Emily's getting more calls. Hold on. She's telling me there are reports of more animal sightings in Millwood. Foxes, deer, acting strangely aggressive. 1 deer crashed through a living room window on the north side of town about an hour ago. Homeowner shot it, said it kept trying to get up even after being hit multiple times. Fish and Wildlife is investigating the forest area east of Millwood. There's an old site out there, some kind of industrial property from the 70s that was closed down and fenced off. They're wondering if there's contamination, maybe chemical runoff getting into the groundwater. I'm trying to piece this together for you because honestly it's not entirely clear what's happening. We have sick animals, we have bite victims who died and then apparently woke up violent and confused. We have a small town clinic in lockdown, and we have state agencies trying to figure out if there's an environmental hazard. It's 6:52 now. I'll keep you updated as we learn more. If you're in the Millwood area or near the eastern forest region, authorities are asking you to stay indoors and report any aggressive wildlife immediately. Let me take a breath here. Traffic's light this morning, which is normal for Thursday. Weather's clear. Temperature's going to hit about 68 today. It's a beautiful spring morning, and I'm sitting here reading about dead people attacking nurses. I don't know what to make of it. Emily's on the phone again. She's talking to someone at the state health department. She's shaking her head. They're sending a team to Millwood, but they won't arrive until this afternoon. The CDC has been notified, but they're treating it as a possible rabies outbreak for now, nothing more urgent. The hospital in the county seat, about 20 miles from Millwood, has been put on alert to receive patients if the situation escalates. But everyone seems to think this is contained. Small town, isolated incident, unusual but manageable. I want to believe that. I do. But there's something about the details that's bothering me, the speed of it. Bite victims dying within hours, coming back violent within minutes of death. That's not rabies. Rabies takes days, sometimes weeks. And rabies victims don't die and reanimate. They just don't. So what are we dealing with? Emily just told me the clinic in Millwood has requested a complete quarantine of the building. Nobody in or out until the hazmat team arrives. The people who were bitten during the initial attack, the medical staff and family members, they're showing symptoms already. Fever, disorientation. It's been less than 6 hours since they were exposed. Whatever this is, it moves fast. I'm going to read you something directly from the report Emily has in front of her. This is from the Millwood Police Chief, sent at 5:30 this morning. Situation at clinic is beyond our training and resources. The initial 3 patients are extremely violent and do not respond to verbal commands or pain compliance techniques. They appear to have no recognition of family or staff, attempting to bite and scratch anyone who approaches. Additional 9 people now showing similar symptoms after exposure to initial 3. Request immediate state and federal assistance. That was sent almost 90 minutes ago. I don't know what the response has been Emily's trying to get through to someone who can give us more information, but everyone's either in meetings or in transit to Millwood. We're hitting a wall here in terms of real answers. It's 7:02. Let me tell you what we know for certain. There was an animal attack in Millwood yesterday evening. A wild boar. 3 people were bitten. They died and then became violent. 9 more people were injured by those 3. The clinic is in lockdown. Authorities suspect environmental contamination, possibly from an old industrial site in the nearby forest. State agencies are responding, but slowly. That's what we know. What we don't know is what caused this. We don't know if it's contagious beyond direct blood contact. We don't know if the people in that clinic can be helped. We don't know if there are more infected animals in the forest. We don't know if this is going to stay contained to Millwood or if it's going to spread. I can hear myself, and I know I sound worried. I am. This is strange. This is outside normal parameters for anything I've covered in 18 years of broadcasting. Emily's looking at me like she wants me to say something reassuring, but I don't know what that would be right now. Hold on, Emily's got another update. She's reading it. There's been another animal incident, this time in Ashford, which is about 15 miles southwest of Millwood. Foxes, 3 of them, attacked a farmer in his barn around dawn. He managed to get to his truck and drive to the emergency room. He's being treated now. The foxes apparently followed him part of the way, chasing his vehicle. State police shot all 3 animals. They're being sent for testing. So now we have 2 towns, 2 separate incidents, Millwood and Ashford. Both involve wildlife from forest areas. Both involve unusual aggression and behavioral changes in animals. The health department is now saying this could be a regional contamination event affecting wildlife across multiple counties. They're advising people in rural areas to avoid contact with any wild animals and to report sightings immediately. I'm looking at a map here. Millwood and Ashford are on opposite sides of the Eastern Forest Preserve. That's about 30 square miles of protected woodland. If there's something in that forest, something in the water or soil that's affecting animals, then we could be looking at a much larger problem than one clinic in one small town. It's 7:11 now. The sun's been up for about an hour. People are getting ready for work, taking kids to school, starting their normal Thursday routines. And somewhere out there in the forest, something is very wrong. Animals are sick. People are sick, and nobody seems to know exactly what's happening or how to stop it. Emily just got word that the elementary school in Millwood has canceled classes for today. Parents were notified by automated message about 20 minutes ago. The official reason given is ongoing public health investigation. That's good. That's the right move. Keep kids home, keep people inside until we understand what we're dealing with. I'm going to take a short break, get some water, see if Emily can get anyone from the state health department on the line. We'll be right back. We're back at 7:19, and I've got Dr. Sarah Chen from the State Health Department on the line. Emily's patching her through now, but she's on another call. She'll be with us in just a moment. While we wait, let me tell you what else we're hearing. The hazmat team that was supposed to arrive in Millwood this afternoon has been bumped up to priority response. They're en route now, should arrive within the hour. The National Guard has been notified and is on standby. Nobody's using the word emergency yet officially, but the response suggests this is being taken very seriously at the state level. Dr. Chen isn't available yet. Emily's telling me she's in a briefing that's running long. We'll try to get her later. In the meantime, I want to talk about this old industrial site that keeps being mentioned. Emily did some digging in her archive. Back in 1974, there was a government contractor that operated a facility in the eastern forest area. They handled various materials for the nuclear industry. The facility was shut down in 1981 after some kind of regulatory violation. The site was supposedly cleaned up and sealed, but there were concerns at the time that the cleanup wasn't thorough. Local environmental groups raised objections. There were a few news stories about it in the early 80s. Then it fell off the radar. The land was fenced off and forgotten. If that site is leaking now, if nuclear waste or contaminated material has been seeping into the groundwater for years, decades even, then we could be looking at radiation exposure. But radiation doesn't cause animals to become aggressive and attack people. Radiation causes cancer, tissue damage, acute sickness. It doesn't cause behavioral changes like what's being reported, unless we're talking about mutation. Radiation can cause genetic mutations, can affect microorganisms, bacteria, viruses. If something in that soil or water has mutated, if bacteria or some kind of pathogen has been altered by long-term radiation exposure, then maybe possibly we're looking at a new kind of infection, something that affects the nervous system rapidly, causes extreme aggression, shuts down higher brain function. I'm speculating now. I want to be clear about that. I'm not a scientist. I'm a radio host trying to make sense of incomplete information. But the pieces are there. Old nuclear site, contamination. Sick animals, rapidly spreading infection that causes death and violent reanimation. It sounds like something from a movie, but it's happening right now 40 miles from where I'm sitting. It's 7:28. Emily's got a new report from Millwood. The situation at the clinic has deteriorated. The 9 people who were bitten by the initial 3 patients, the medical staff and family members, they've started dying. One nurse died about 15 minutes ago. She reanimated in less than 5 minutes. She's now locked in a supply closet after attacking 2 police officers. Both officers were bitten. They're being restrained and monitored. This is spreading. Every person who gets bitten becomes infected within hours. Every person who dies from the infection comes back violent, and everyone they attack becomes infected in turn. It's exponential. The math on this is terrifying if it gets out of that clinic. The Millwood police chief has ordered a perimeter around the clinic. Nobody gets in or out. The problem is that some family members left before the lockdown was fully enforced. They went home. If any of them were exposed, if any of them start showing symptoms, they could infect their own households before anyone realizes what's happening. I'm watching Emily's face as she reads these updates, and she looks scared. I don't blame her. I'm scared too. This morning I woke up thinking I'd talk about traffic and weather and maybe some local school board meeting. Now I'm reading about people dying and attacking each other, and I don't have any answers to give you. The farmer from Ashford who was attacked by the foxes, he's at County Memorial Hospital. Emily just got word that he's developed a fever. He's being isolated. The hospital is taking precautions, treating it as a potential infectious disease, but they still don't know what they're dealing with. They've drawn blood, sent samples to the state lab, but results won't come back for hours at minimum, possibly days, depending on what kind of testing needs to be done. I need you to understand something. The authorities are reacting to this, but they're reacting to something they don't understand. They're following protocols designed for known diseases, known threats. This doesn't fit any existing protocol. So there's confusion, there's delay, there's bureaucracy getting in the way of rapid response. By the time everyone understands what this is, it might be too late to contain it. That sounds alarmist. I know it does. But I'm looking at the timeline here. First animal attack yesterday evening around 7. First human deaths around midnight. First secondary infections around 1 in the morning. By dawn, we have multiple towns affected, multiple animal incidents, and a clinic full of infected people that's barely holding together. That's less than 12 hours from initial contact to complete crisis in a contained location. What happens when it's not contained? It's 7:38 now. I'm going to give you some practical information. If you live in or near Millwood, stay inside, lock your doors. Do not let anyone in unless you can verify they're uninjured and healthy. If you see aggressive animals, do not approach them. Call authorities immediately. If you or someone you know was bitten by an animal or a person showing unusual aggression, seek medical attention immediately. But call ahead so the hospital can prepare for isolation protocols. I know this sounds extreme. I know it sounds like I'm overreacting. I hope I am. I genuinely hope that by this afternoon I'll be back on the air apologizing for causing unnecessary panic, explaining that everything's under control and it was just a strange isolated incident. But right now, based on what I'm seeing, I don't think that's how this is going to play out. Emily's holding up her phone. She's got a message from someone in Millwood, someone who got out before the lockdown. This person says the sounds coming from the clinic are inhuman, screaming but not normal screaming, guttural, animal sound. The police have set up barriers a block away in every direction. They're not letting anyone near the building. There are at least 20 infected people inside now, maybe more. The officers outside don't know what to do. They're waiting for state support that's still 30 minutes away. I'm thinking about the people trapped in that clinic, the ones who aren't infected yet. Medical staff, maybe some patients who were there for other reasons when this started. They're locked in a building with infected people who are violent and seemingly mindless. What are they supposed to do? Where are they supposed to go? There's no escape road, no plan for this kind of scenario. This is Daniel Rothman on 104.7 FM, and I wish I had better news for you. I wish I could tell you everything's going to be fine. All I can do is keep you informed and hope that the people who are trained for emergencies can get this under control before it spreads beyond Millwood. It's 7:46. Emily's got another call coming in. She's taking it. I'm going to wait and see what this is. She's hanging up. The call was from a truck driver who was passing through the area east of Millwood around dawn. He saw what he described as a group of people walking along the rural road near the forest. He said they were moving strangely, stumbling, not responding when he honked his horn. He thought maybe they were drunk or on drugs. He didn't stop. He drove past them and continued on his route. That was about an hour ago. He's calling now because he just heard the news about Millwood and he's wondering if those people might have been related to whatever's happening. Emily's trying to get his location, trying to get more details about exactly where he saw these people, but he's already 100 miles away making a delivery. He's given us the approximate location. It's on Route 47, about 3 miles east of Millwood's town limits, right near the forest. If those people were infected, if they're wandering around outside the clinic perimeter, then the containment has already failed. They could walk to other farms, other homes. They could spread this beyond Millwood before anyone realizes they're out there. I'm going to ask Emily to call the state police and relay this information. Hold on. She's making the call now. I'm watching her talk, watching her face. She's having trouble getting through to someone who will take this seriously. Everyone's focused on the clinic. Nobody's thinking about the possibility that infected people might already be outside the perimeter. This is the problem with unprecedented situations. Nobody has a playbook. Everyone's making it up as they go, and that means mistakes, oversights, gaps in coverage. A truck driver sees people on a road and doesn't think much of it. Why would he? By the time he realizes those people might be infected, they're gone, disappeared into the countryside. It's 7:54 now. The hazmat team should be arriving in Millwood within the next 10 to 15 minutes. Maybe they'll have equipment, expertise, protocols that can help. Maybe they'll be able to secure the clinic and treat the infected and stop this from spreading. I want to believe that, but I keep coming back to the basic facts. This infection moves fast. It spreads through bites and scratches. It kills quickly and the dead reanimate violent. Those are the facts as we went them right now. Emily finally got through to a state police dispatcher who took down the information about the people on Route 47. They're sending a patrol car to investigate. That's something at least. Maybe they'll find those people. Maybe they'll be able to help them before they hurt anyone else. I'm realizing I haven't eaten anything today except that cold coffee. My hands are shaking slightly. Adrenaline, probably. Or just the stress of trying to process all this information and relay it to you in a way that makes sense. I don't know if I'm doing a good job. I don't know if there's a good way to handle this kind of situation. The farmer from Ashford, the one who was attacked by foxes, his condition has worsened. He's now fully symptomatic. High fever, aggression, incoherent speech. County Memorial Hospital has moved him to an isolation unit. His family has been removed from the hospital and told to self-quarantine at home. The hospital is on alert. If he dies, they're prepared to restrain him, but nobody really knows what prepared means in this context. I keep using the word infected. I should clarify. We don't officially know that this is an infection. It could be exposure to a toxic substance, radiation sickness with unusual symptoms, some kind of environmental poisoning, but the way it's spreading from person to person through bites suggests infectious disease, blood-to-blood transmission. That's consistent with bacterial or viral infection, not with radiation or chemical exposure. The scientists are going to figure this out eventually. They'll test the animals, test the patients, analyze the water and soil from the forest. They'll identify the pathogen and hopefully develop a treatment. But that takes time. Days, weeks, maybe months. What do we do in the meantime? It's 8:03, morning rush should be picking up, but traffic is still light. I wonder how many people are listening right now. I wonder if anyone in Millwood is hearing this, if they're sitting in their homes, doors locked, listening to me try to explain what's happening in their town. If you are listening, if you're in Millwood, I want you to know that help is coming. The hazmat team is almost there. The National Guard is on standby. The state is taking this seriously. You're not alone. Emily's monitoring social media now. People in Millwood are posting about the situation. Lots of confusion, lots of fear. Some people are saying they're leaving town, packing up their cars and heading west, away from the forest. Others are saying the roads are being blocked, that police aren't letting anyone leave. I don't know which is true. Maybe both. Maybe some roads are open and others aren't. Communication is breaking down. That's what happens in a crisis. Information becomes fragmented, contradictory. There's a post from someone claiming to be inside the clinic. They're saying the infected people are breaking through doors, overwhelming the police, trying to contain them. They're saying there are bodies everywhere, both dead and undead. They're saying they're trapped in an upper floor office and they don't think they're going to make it out. I don't know if this post is real or if it's someone's idea of a sick joke. Emily's trying to verify it, but there's no way to be sure. If it's real, the clinic is being overrun. Then the infected are going to get out. They're going to spill into the streets of Millwood, and from there, who knows? How do you stop someone who's already dead? How do you fight people who feel no pain, who have no fear, who only want to attack and bite? I'm not a religious man, but I'm thinking about prayers right now. I'm thinking about all the ways humans have tried to make sense of senseless tragedy throughout history, We tell stories, we perform rituals, we look for meaning. What's the meaning in this? Is it just random bad luck that an old nuclear site started leaking? Is it human negligence? Someone's failure to properly seal that facility 40 years ago? Is it nature, showing us that we can't just bury our toxic waste and forget about it? It's 8:12 and I'm getting philosophical when I should be sticking to facts. Let me refocus. The hazmat team is in Millwood now. Emily just got confirmation. They're setting up a command post at the high school, which is about half a mile from the clinic. They're assessing the situation and preparing to move in. That's good. That's what we need. Professional emergency responders with proper equipment and training. The State Health Department has issued an advisory for all counties in the region. Avoid wildlife, report unusual animal behavior, seek immediate medical attention for any animal or human bites. They're not calling it an outbreak yet. They're not using the word quarantine, but the advisory is unprecedented in its scope and urgency. Local hospitals are being put on alert. Emily's hearing that emergency rooms are seeing an uptick in patients coming in with animal bites from the past 24 hours. Most of these are probably unrelated to the situation in Millwood, just normal wildlife encounters that people are now worried about. But some might be connected. Some might be people who were exposed to contaminated animals and don't know it yet. The hospitals are testing everyone, taking precautions, but they're also starting to feel overwhelmed by the sudden influx. I'm thinking about the resources. How many isolation units do we have in this region? How many beds? How many trained personnel? If this spreads beyond Millwood, if we start seeing multiple outbreaks in multiple towns, the healthcare system is going to be stretched thin very quickly. We don't have the infrastructure for a mass infection event. Nobody does. These systems are designed for normal operations with occasional surges, not for exponential growth of a violent contagion. That's what this is, isn't it? A violent contagion. The infected don't just get sick and die, they come back and they spread it. Every victim becomes a vector. It's like a virus that turns people into its own transmission mechanism. Elegant in a horrible way. Effective. Emily's looking at me like I need to stop talking like this. Maybe she's right. Maybe I'm scaring people unnecessarily. But I think people deserve to know what we might be facing. Better to be prepared for the worst and relieved when it doesn't happen than to be blindsided because nobody wanted to sound alarmist. It's 8:21. The sun is fully up now. It's a beautiful morning outside this studio. Blue sky, birds singing. The world looks normal. But 40 miles away, people are dying and coming back wrong. The juxtaposition is jarring. I keep looking out the window expecting to see something, some visible sign of the crisis, but there's nothing. Just a normal Thursday in a normal city. For now, the hazmat team has made contact with the police perimeter around the clinic. They're being briefed on the situation. Emily's getting secondhand reports that the team is shocked by what they're hearing. They came prepared for a chemical spill or radiation leak, not for violent patients attacking people. They're reassessing their approach, calling for additional support. This is where bureaucracy becomes deadly. The hazmat team isn't trained to handle violent individuals. That's law enforcement's job. But law enforcement isn't trained to handle potentially infectious, violent individuals. That requires medical expertise. But medical staff can't safely approach these people without security. So everyone's standing around trying to figure out who's responsible for what while inside that clinic people are dying. I don't mean to criticize the responders. They're doing their best in an impossible situation. But the system isn't designed for this. We have separate agencies with separate training and separate equipment, and they're all trying to coordinate in real time without a playbook. It's messy, it's slow, and every minute of delay is another minute for the infection to spread. The National Guard has been activated. Emily just got the word. They're mobilizing units to the Millwood area. ETA is about 2 hours. 2 hours. The Guard has people, equipment, the ability to establish a real perimeter and force a real quarantine. But 2 hours is a long time when you're dealing with exponential spread. Let me do some math for you. Let's say there are currently 20 infected people in the clinic. Each one attacks and infects 2 people before being contained or destroyed. That's 40 infected. Each of those 40 infects 2 more. That's 2 hours at that rate, assuming an infection cycle of about 30 minutes from bite to death to reanimation. You could be looking at hundreds of infected, maybe thousands if they get out into the population. Those numbers are speculative. I don't know the actual infection rate or cycle time, but the principle stands. This grows fast if it's not contained immediately. And right now we don't have immediate containment. It's 8:29. Emily's phone is ringing constantly now. She's fielding calls from worried residents, from other news outlets asking for confirmation of rumors, from officials who want to know what we're broadcasting. Everyone wants information. Nobody has complete information. We're all working with fragments trying to piece together a picture that keeps changing. There's a report of gunfire in Millwood, multiple shots. Could be police, could be citizens defending themselves. We don't know the specifics. The town's landline communication is still working, but cell service is spotty, probably overloaded from everyone trying to call out at once. People are scared. They're calling family, calling friends, trying to figure out what to do. Some are choosing to leave. Emily's hearing reports of people packing cars and driving out of Millwood despite police trying to establish checkpoints. You can't really blame them. If you're sitting in your home hearing screams and gunfire, seeing neighbors run past your window, your instinct is to get out, get to safety. But if any of those people are infected, if they're incubating the disease and don't know it yet, they're carrying it to the next town, the next county. This is how outbreaks spread. One person gets on a bus, gets in a car, gets on a plane. They feel fine, maybe a slight fever. They attribute to stress or lack of sleep. They travel, they interact with others. By the time symptoms appear, they've exposed dozens of people. And in this case, symptoms appear in hours, not days. The window for intervention is tiny. The CDC has been officially notified and is sending a team, but they're coming from Atlanta. Even with priority clearance, that's hours away by plane, then ground transport to Millwood. By the time they arrive, the situation will have evolved significantly. They'll be playing catch-up, trying to study something that's already metastasized beyond the initial site. I'm trying to think about what the end game looks like here. Best case scenario, the National Guard arrives, establishes a hard perimeter around Millwood, nobody gets in or out. The infected are eliminated or contained. The town is quarantined for weeks, while medical teams figure out treatment options and ensure no one else is incubating the disease. The old nuclear site is sealed properly. The contamination is cleaned up, and this becomes a tragic but contained incident. Regional crisis, not national or global. Worst case scenario, the infection spreads beyond Millwood before containment can be established. Multiple towns become infected. The disease reaches urban areas where population density allows for rapid exponential growth. Healthcare systems collapse. Normal social order breaks down. We're looking at a societal level event, not just a medical one. I don't know which scenario we're heading toward. I genuinely don't. It's 8:39 and we're still in the early stages. The next few hours are going to be critical. Emily just showed me something on her tablet, satellite imagery of Millwood from about an hour ago. You can see people in the streets clustering around the clinic. You can see vehicles at the police perimeter. You can see what looks like smoke, maybe from a fire on the north side of town. The image is blurry, but you get a sense of chaos, of things falling apart. There's movement on the roads leading out of town. Cars, lots of them. People evacuating. The police aren't stopping them on all routes. They can't. They don't have enough personnel to block every road, every path out of town. So people are leaving, scattering to the winds, potentially carrying the infection with them. The farmer at County Memorial Hospital has died. Emily just got the news. He died at 8:30. Hospital staff immediately placed his body in a secured room. They're monitoring for any signs of reanimation. If what happened in Millwood happens here, he'll reanimate within minutes. The hospital is prepared, at least as prepared as they can be. Security is standing by. Medical staff have been moved to a safe distance. Everyone's watching and waiting. This is the first time the infection will be observed in a controlled environment with medical professionals present. Maybe they'll learn something, maybe they'll see something that helps them understand how to stop it. I don't know what you look for when you're waiting for a dead body to come back to life. What are the signs? What's the mechanism? Does the heart restart? Do the lungs start breathing again? Or is it something else, something we don't understand, some kind of reanimation that doesn't follow the normal rules of biology? It's 8:44 and Emily's holding up 3 fingers. 3 minutes since the farmer died. I'm watching her face. She's watching her phone, waiting for an update from the hospital. The room is silent except for the ambient hum of the equipment and the distant sound of traffic outside. 4 minutes. Nothing yet. 5 minutes. Still nothing. Emily's getting a call. She's answering. She's listening. She's nodding. She's hanging up. The farmer reanimated at the 6-minute mark. He sat up suddenly, no warning. Started thrashing, trying to break out of the restraints they'd placed on his body. Making sounds, guttural noises. Hospital security had to use extreme force to restrain him. He's secured now, but extremely violent. No recognition of surroundings, no response to verbal commands, no apparent pain response when restrained. So we have confirmation this happens to everyone who dies from the infection. 6 minutes in this case, maybe 5 minutes in other cases we've heard about. There's a window after death where the body is truly dead and then something happens. Something brings them back, but not as they were as something else. The doctors at County Memorial are debating what to do with him. They can't treat him in any conventional sense. He's not sick. He's not injured in a way they can heal. He's fundamentally altered. Do they keep him restrained indefinitely? Do they euthanize him? Is it even legal or ethical to euthanize what is technically a reanimated corpse? Nobody knows. There's no law, no ethical framework for this. It's 8:51. The sun is climbing higher. The temperature is rising. It's going to be a warm day. People who don't know what's happening are going about their business, going to work, running errands, living normal lives. But the people who do know, the people in Millwood and Ashford and County Memorial Hospital, their world has changed. For them, nothing will ever be normal again. Emily's showing me social media posts from people claiming to be in Millwood. One says they can see infected people gathering in the streets near the clinic, says there are dozens of them, maybe more, moving in a group. Another post says the police perimeter has been breached, that infected are spreading through the town. A third post says they saw someone being attacked in broad daylight, saw the person go down and then get back up minutes later and join the infected. I can't verify any of this. It could be true, could be panic and exaggeration, but if even half of it is true, Millwood is falling. The infection is spreading beyond the clinic, beyond any hope of immediate containment. The town is being overrun. The National Guard isn't there yet. They're still an hour out, maybe more depending on traffic and logistics. An hour is an eternity in the context of this outbreak. In an hour, Millwood could be completely lost. Everyone who's still human could be dead or fleeing or infected. I'm trying to think about what we should tell people who are listening. Should I tell them to stay calm, that help is coming? Should I tell them to prepare for the worst? Should I tell them to leave their homes and get as far away as possible? I don't know what the right answer is. I don't know what advice would actually keep people safe. If you're listening and you're in the Millwood area, here's what I think you should do. Get in your car right now. Take your family, take whatever supplies you can grab quickly, and drive away from the eastern forest region. Head west or south. Put as much distance as possible between you and Millwood. Don't stop until you're at least 50 miles away. Find a hotel, a friend's house, anywhere that's away from the outbreak zone. Monitor news and wait for official instruction. If you can't leave, if you're trapped or don't have transportation, barricade yourself inside. Lock all doors and windows. Move to an upper floor if possible. Gather weapons, anything you can use to defend yourself. Do not open the door for anyone unless you are absolutely certain they're uninfected. Wait for authorities to reach you. That's the best advice I can give. I hope it's wrong. I hope by this afternoon I'll be apologizing for causing a panic, but I'd rather you be overprepared and inconvenienced than unprepared and dead. It's 8:59, top of the hour. Normally I'd do a station ID, read some headlines, maybe throw to a commercial, but nothing about this is normal. I'm going to keep broadcasting as long as I can, as long as there's information to share and people to share it with. Emily's got a new report. State police have set up roadblocks on major routes leading away from Millwood. They're screening people, checking for injuries, taking temperatures. Anyone showing symptoms is being turned back or detained. It's not a perfect system, but it's maybe it'll slow the spread. Maybe it'll give the authorities time to figure out a better response. The problem is that symptoms can take hours to develop. Someone could pass through a checkpoint feeling fine, only to develop a fever and die 30 miles down the road. Then they reanimate in their car or at a gas station or in a restaurant. And the infection spreads to a new location. You can't screen for something with a delayed onset. The best you can do is quarantine everyone from the affected area for the full incubation period, however long that is. We don't even know yet. Could be 6 hours, could be 12, could be 24. The CDC team is still en route. They should land at the regional airport in about 90 minutes, then it's a 40-minute drive to Millwood. When they arrive, they'll want to establish a field lab, start testing samples, try to identify the pathogen. But that's science, and science takes time. We need solutions now, not in 3 days when the lab results come back. I keep coming back to the nuclear waste site. That's the source, that has to be the source. If we could somehow contain that leak, prevent any more contamination from spreading, maybe we could stop new infections even if we can't help the people who are already infected. But I don't know how you contain a nuclear waste leak. That's not something you can just plug with concrete and hope for the best. It requires specialists, equipment testing. It requires time we don't have. It's 9:07. Emily's fielding calls from people in surrounding towns asking what they should do. Should they evacuate? Should they prepare? What if the infection comes to their town? She's doing her best to give calm, rational advice, but the truth is we don't know. We don't know how far this is going to spread or how fast. We don't know if the authorities can contain it. We're all guessing, making it up as we go. There's been a confirmed sighting of infected individuals on Route 47, the road where the truck driver saw those people earlier. State police responded and found 3 individuals matching the description. They attempted to detain them for medical evaluation. All 3 attacked the officers. The officers had to shoot them. All 3 went down, but 2 reanimated and continued attacking. The officers had to shoot them multiple more times, targeting the head before they stopped moving. So we know now that these things are hard to kill. They don't respond to body shots the way living people do. You have to destroy the brain, sever the nervous system at the brainstem. That's horror movie logic becoming real-world operational knowledge. Law enforcement and military are going to have to adjust their tactics. Shoot to kill isn't enough. You have to shoot to destroy. The officers who were attacked, both were bitten. They're being transported to County Memorial Hospital. They know what's going to happen to them. They watch their attackers reanimate, watch them keep moving even after fatal injuries. They know they have hours before they die and come back as one of those things. Emily says the conversation with dispatch was heartbreaking. The officers asking about their families, asking someone to tell them they died in the line of duty, asking to be secured before they turn so they don't hurt anyone. It's 9:15, and I'm having trouble keeping my composure here. These are real people. State police officers doing their job, responding to a call, and now they're infected, they're dying. They're going to die and reanimate and spend whatever time they have left restrained in a hospital room, trapped in a body that's no longer theirs. Is there any consciousness left when they turn? Are they aware of what's happened to them? Or is it just some kind of autonomic function, the body moving without a mind? The doctors don't know. They don't know if there's anything of the person left or if it's just biological machinery running on instinct. They're going to study the infected, try to learn, but every sample they study is someone who was alive yesterday. Someone with a name and a family and a life. Now they're specimens. Emily's showing me updates from the hazmat team in Millwood. They've managed to get close enough to the clinic to assess the situation. The building is compromised. Doors have been broken, windows shattered. There are infected both inside and outside. Estimated count is over 50 now. The team is pulling back, saying they don't have the resources or training to handle this many hostile individuals. They're recommending that the National Guard take lead when they arrive. 50 infected in Millwood, plus the 3 on Route 47, plus the farmer at County Memorial, plus 2 state police officers who will turn within hours. That's 56 confirmed infected that we know about. How many more are there that we haven't found yet? How many people left Millwood before the infection was obvious, carrying the disease with them to other communities? I'm looking at the map again. Millwood is the epicenter. But within a 50-mile radius, there are 8 other towns, 3 small cities, and countless rural properties. If this spreads to those population centers, if it reaches a city of 50,000 or 100,000 people, the numbers become exponential in a way that's unstoppable. You can't quarantine a city. You can't screen everyone. You can't track every contact. It's 9:23. We're nearly 3 hours into the broadcast, and I feel like we've been doing this for days. The information keeps coming, keeps getting worse. Emily looks exhausted, and we've barely started. How long can we keep this up? How long until the infection reaches us here? We're 70 miles from Millwood. That's a 90-minute drive. If someone infected left there at dawn, they could theoretically be here by now. I don't want to scare you, but I want you to be aware. If you're listening in the metro area, you need to start thinking about what you do if the infection arrives here. Do you have supplies? Do you have a plan? Do you know where you'd go if you needed to evacuate? These aren't hypothetical questions anymore. This is real, and it's happening, and it's spreading. The State Health Department has issued a new advisory. All residents within a 100-mile radius of Millwood should avoid unnecessary travel, stock up on essential supplies, and prepare for possible evacuation or shelter-in-place orders. Schools in 5 counties are being closed. Public gatherings are being canceled. It's not a full lockdown yet, but it's closed. Grocery stores are about to see a run. People are going to panic buy food, water, medical supplies. If you need anything, go now before the shelves are empty. Get at least 2 weeks' worth of food and water. Get batteries, flashlights, first aid supplies. Get anything you'd need to survive if utilities went down or if you couldn't leave your home for days. This is Daniel Rothman on 104.7 FM, and I'm telling you to prepare. Better safe than sorry. Better to have supplies you don't need than to need supplies you don't have. It's 9:31. The National Guard convoy is about 30 minutes from Millwood. They're bringing armored vehicles, heavy weapons, medical support, everything they think they'll need to establish a quarantine zone. But nobody's really done this before. Nobody's established a quarantine around an active outbreak of reanimated infected. The protocols don't exist. They're going to have to figure it out in real time. Emily's got a call from someone claiming to be a scientist, someone who worked on environmental studies in the region years ago. This person says the nuclear waste site was never properly cleaned up, that the contractors cut corners, buried waste that should have been removed, sealed containers that were already corroding. They're saying this has been an accident waiting to happen for 40 years. They're saying there could be thousands of gallons of radioactive material seeping into the groundwater, spreading through the aquifer, affecting an area much larger than just the forest. If that's true, if the contamination is widespread throughout the water system, then every animal that's been drinking from those streams for months or years could be infected. Not just the ones we've seen so far. Hundreds of animals, maybe thousands. Wild boar, deer, foxes, raccoons, all potentially carrying the mutated bacteria or whatever it is that's causing this, and any of them could wander into any town, any farm, and start a new outbreak. We thought this was one town, one incident. It might be regional, it might be everywhere the water flows. I'm trying not to catastrophize, but the implications are staggering. If the source is widespread contamination, then we're not dealing with one outbreak we can contain. We're dealing with multiple potential outbreak sites across hundreds of square miles. Every community near the forest is at risk. Every person who's been drinking well water or eating local game is potentially exposed. The state health department needs to issue a water advisory immediately. Nobody in the region should be drinking untreated water. Wells should be tested. Municipal supplies should be screened. This needed to happen yesterday, but it's not too late to prevent further exposure. It's 9:39. Emily's trying to get through to someone at the health department to relay this information. The lines are jammed. Everyone's calling everyone. Communication systems are straining under the load. This is what happens when crisis hits. The infrastructure we rely on starts to buckle. I can hear sirens outside now. Multiple sirens overlapping. Police, ambulances, fire trucks. Something's happening somewhere in the city. Emily's checking the emergency scanner. There's been an incident at County Memorial Hospital. The 2 state police officers who were bitten, their turn, they died and reanimated. One of them broke free from his restraints. There's a code situation. Hospital security is responding. This is happening here now, not 40 miles away in some small town. Here, in our city, the infection has arrived. Emily's getting more details. The officer who broke free attacked a nurse. The nurse was injured, possibly bitten. Security managed to re-secure the officer, but now they have another person who might be infected. The hospital is going into lockdown. No visitors. Restricted access, only essential personnel. They're moving all patients away from the isolation wing. And the infected farmer who was already there, he's still secured, still violent. So now County Memorial has 3 infected individuals contained in their facility. 3 sources of potential contagion. Every doctor, every nurse, every security guard who interacts with them is at risk. How long can a hospital maintain that kind of containment? How long before someone makes a mistake? Before restraints fail, before the infected break out and start spreading through the building? Hospitals are places full of vulnerable people, sick people, elderly people, people recovering from surgery. If the infection gets loose in a hospital, it's a massacre. It's 9:47. I'm watching Emily coordinate with our news team, making sure everyone knows what's happening, making sure we have people ready to cover breaking developments. But I'm also watching her face and I can see the fear. We're all feeling it now. This isn't just a story we're reporting. This is our lives, our city, our families at risk. My wife is at home. I called her during the break, told her to lock the doors, stay inside, don't let anyone in. She asked me if she should leave, if she should drive to her sister's place in another state. I didn't know what to tell her. Is it safer to stay or go? If she stays, she might be trapped if things get worse. If she goes, she might carry the infection with her, might spread it somewhere new. There's no good answer. The National Guard is arriving in Millwood now. Emily's getting reports. They're setting up a perimeter around the town, blocking all roads in and out. They're using armored vehicles to create physical barriers. Nobody gets in or out without their authorization. It's a full military quarantine. Inside Millwood, they're preparing to sweep the town, locate all infected individuals, eliminate them if necessary. It's going to be urban combat, but against an enemy that doesn't take cover, doesn't retreat, doesn't do anything except attack. The Guard has been briefed on targeting the head, destroying the brain. They know what they're facing, but knowing and experiencing are different things. Imagine being a soldier, seeing something that looks like a person running at you. Your training says target center mass, but your briefing says that won't work. You have to aim for the head. Split-second decisions. You hesitate, you die or get infected. You shoot too quickly, you might kill someone who's not infected. The psychological toll is going to be enormous. It's 9:55. We're approaching the 3-hour mark. I need to take a short break, get some water, clear my head. Emily needs a break too. We're going to step away for 5 minutes, then we'll be back with more updates. This is Daniel Rothman on 104.7 FM. Stay with us. States, we're back. It's 10:03. While we were on break, things accelerated. The National Guard has engaged infected in Millwood. There's been gunfire, lots of it. Emily's monitoring military communications, and it sounds like heavy combat. The Guard is encountering more infected than expected. Dozens of them in the streets, emerging from buildings. The initial sweep is stalled. They're taking casualties. When I say casualties, I mean soldiers being bitten, being infected. The Guard is having to leave their wounded behind, having to pull back and regroup. You can't evacuate someone who's going to turn into one of those things in a few hours. You can't bring them back to base, risk them turning and infecting others. So they're being left secured if possible, but left. That's going to destroy morale. Soldiers are trained to never leave a man behind. Now they're being ordered to do exactly that. They're watching their friends die, knowing those friends are going to reanimate as the enemy. How do you process that? How do you keep fighting after seeing that? The colonel in command is requesting additional support. He's saying they need air assets. They need more troops. They need flamethrowers or something that can eliminate infected efficiently at range. Shooting them one by one isn't working when there are dozens swarming at once. This is the first time military force is being used against these infected, and it's not going well. The infected don't behave like human enemies. They don't take cover. They don't retreat when fired upon. They just keep coming until they're physically destroyed. That's difficult to fight, especially in an urban environment with buildings and obstacles. It's 10:11. The CDC team has landed at the regional airport. They're being briefed on the situation as it stands. They're going to establish a field lab at the Guard's command post once it's secure. But right now, nothing's secure. Millwood is chaos. The Guard is fighting for every block. Emily's got new information about the nuclear waste site. A team of environmental inspectors and nuclear safety experts has been dispatched to assess the facility. They're going to approach from the west, avoiding Millwood entirely. Their mission is to determine the extent of the contamination and recommend immediate containment measures, but they're not going to arrive until this afternoon. More delays, more time for the contamination to spread. Meanwhile, reports of aggressive wildlife are coming in from multiple counties. A pack of coyotes attacked a maintenance worker on Highway 12. A family found a dead deer in their backyard that reanimated and tried to get through their sliding glass door. Wildlife officers are responding to dozens of calls per hour. The animals are spreading the infection faster than authorities can track. Here's what we're facing. The initial outbreak in Millwood is serious but containable if the National Guard can bring it under control. But the wildlife vector is uncontrollable. You can't quarantine animals. You can't screen them at checkpoint. They move freely, cross county lines, enter populated areas without warning. Every infected animal is a potential outbreak waiting to happen. The state is going to have to implement some kind of wildlife cull. Send out teams to systematically hunt and eliminate animals in the affected region. It's brutal but necessary. Otherwise, this just keeps spreading. But that requires coordination, resources, trained personnel. It requires time to organize. And every hour of delay is another hour for infected animals that spread. It's 10:19. I'm getting messages from listeners asking what they should do. I wish I had better answers. If you're in the immediate outbreak area, meaning within 20 miles of Millwood or the eastern forest, you should evacuate if you can do so safely. Head west or south away from the forest. If you can't evacuate, shelter in place, barricade your home, arm yourself. If you're outside the immediate area but still in the region within 100 miles, stay alert. Keep doors and windows locked. Avoid wildlife. Don't drink untreated water. Monitor news and official channels for updates. Be ready to evacuate on short notice. If you're far from the outbreak, more than 100 miles, you're probably safe for now. But start preparing just in case. Get supplies, make a plan. This could spread. It could come to your area. Better to be ready. I know this sounds extreme. I know it sounds like I'm advocating for panic. I'm not. I'm advocating for rational preparation. There's a difference between panicking and being prudent. Emily's showing me footage from Millwood. Someone with a phone captured video before they evacuated. It shows the main street, infected people walking aimlessly until they spot the person filming, Then they all turn and start running toward the camera. The video cuts off. I don't know if that person made it out or not. The infected move differently. They're not smooth like living people. They stumble, they lurch. But they're fast when they see prey, and they're relentless. The video shows them running into obstacles, falling down, getting back up, never stopping. It's disturbing to watch. These were people. Now there's something else. The National Guard has established a temporary headquarters at the Millwood High School. They've cleared the building, secured it, set up communications equipment. The CDC team is being routed there. The plan is to make the high school the base of operations for both the military response and the scientific investigation. But the Guard is still fighting to control the town. They've divided Millwood into sectors, trying to clear one sector at a time. It's slow going. Every building could have infected inside. Every house, every store, every garage. They're going door to door in some areas, using loudspeakers to tell survivors to make themselves known, to come out peacefully. But survivors are scared to reveal themselves, scared it might be a trap or that the infected will hear them. It's 10:27. We've been broadcasting for nearly 4 hours. The initial incident was yesterday evening. That means we're about 15 hours into this crisis. In that time, we've gone from one animal attack to a full military operation in a quarantine town. The speed of escalation is breathtaking. I keep thinking about exponential growth. The early stages look manageable. 1 infected, 2 infected, 4 infected. The numbers are small, but exponential growth means the doubling continues. 8, 16, 32, 64. It's not long before the numbers become unmanageable. We saw this with disease models during the pandemic. Early intervention is everything. Wait too long and you can't catch up. Have we waited too long? Did the infection spread beyond containment before we even knew what we were dealing with? People who left Millwood yesterday evening and overnight before the quarantine, how many of them were exposed? How many of them are incubating the disease right now, spreading it to other communities? Emily's got a report from Ashford, the town where the farmer was attacked. There's been another incident. A couple in their home found an infected person trying to break through their back door. They called police. By the time police arrived, the couple was dead and the infected person was gone. Police entered the house to investigate. Both bodies reanimated and attacked the officers. One officer was bitten before they managed to retreat and seal the house. So now Ashford has confirmed infected, not wildlife, not people from Millwood. Local residents who were attacked and turned. The infection is spreading to a second town. The Guard is going to have to split their forces, allocate resources to contain Ashford as well as Millwood. They don't have unlimited personnel or equipment. They're going to be stretched thin. The state governor is expected to make an announcement within the hour. Emily's hearing that he's going to declare a state of emergency for the affected counties, activate additional National Guard units, request federal assistance. Federal assistance means FEMA, maybe military support from outside the state. That means acknowledging this is beyond local and state capacity to handle. It's 10:35. My phone's vibrating. Text from my wife. She's saying the neighbors are loading up their car, leaving. She's asking again if she should go. I'm typing back, telling her to stay put for now. The roads are jammed with evacuees. Better to wait until traffic clears or until we have a better sense of whether evacuation is necessary. But I don't know if that's the right advice. Maybe I'm putting her in danger by telling her to stay. Maybe she should leave while she still can. This is the burden of uncertainty. Every decision could be the wrong one. Stay or go, fight or hide, trust the authorities, or take matters into your own hands. There's no guidebook for this. The CDC team is setting up at Millwood High School. They've brought mobile lab equipment, testing kits, protective gear. Their first priority is to obtain samples from infected individuals, both living and dead, to identify the pathogen. They're also going to test water and soil samples from the nuclear waste site once those can be safely obtained. Dr. Lisa Park is leading the CDC team. Emily's got a brief statement from her. Dr. Park is calling this an unprecedented outbreak of what she's terming acute infectious encephalopathy with post-mortem reanimation. That's the scientific way of saying the infection causes brain damage that persists after death, leading to reanimation. She's confirming it's transmissible through blood and saliva, consistent with viral or bacterial infection. She's estimating the incubation period at 4 to 8 hours based on observed cases. And she's confirming that reanimation occurs 5 to 10 minutes after death. So now we have official medical confirmation of what we've been observing. This is real. This is happening. The dead are coming back. Not metaphorically, not spiritually, but physically. Their bodies reanimate and attack the living. It sounds impossible, but it's documented, observed, confirmed by multiple independent sources. How is this possible? Dr. Park is theorizing that the mutated bacteria or virus affects the brainstem, the part of the brain that controls basic functions like breathing and heart rate. When the higher brain dies from the infection, the brainstem remains active, driving primitive behaviors. The body moves, but there's no consciousness, no personality, no humanity left. Just instinct. The instinct to feed, to bite, to spread the infection. It's 10:45. The governor is about to speak. Emily's pulling up the live feed. Let me listen to this and I'll relay the key points. The governor is declaring a state of emergency for 9 counties in the eastern part of the state. He's activating all available National Guard units. He's requesting federal assistance from FEMA and the Department of Defense. He's implementing a mandatory quarantine for Millwood and Ashford, meaning anyone who leaves those towns without authorization will be detained. He's advising residents of surrounding counties to shelter in place, avoid travel, and prepare for possible evacuation orders. He's saying that the situation is serious but under control. He's saying that every resource is being brought to bear. He's saying that the public should remain calm and follow official instructions. He's not saying anything about the infected, about people dying and reanimate. He's keeping it vague, talking about a rapidly spreading infectious disease and unusual symptoms. He's downplaying the reality, probably to avoid panic. But the people who are living through this, the people in Millwood and Ashford, they know. And the people who are listening to this broadcast, you know, the governor can try to manage the message, but the truth is out there. Social media is full of videos, photos, first-hand account. You can't contain information anymore. You can only try to shape the narrative. Emily's getting reports that the governor's statement has triggered a wave of panic. People who were on the fence about leaving are now packing up. Traffic on major highways heading west is gridlocked. Gas stations are running out of fuel. Stores are being stripped of food and water. The governor tried to calm things down, and instead he confirmed everyone's worst fears. This is the problem with crisis communication. Tell people too little and they assume the worst. Tell them too much and they panic. There's a narrow window of transparency that keeps people informed without causing chaos, and it's almost impossible to hit that window when you're dealing with something as unprecedented as this. It's 10:53. The National Guard has cleared 3 sectors of Millwood. They're reporting at least 80 confirmed infected, eliminated, and an unknown number still at large in the uncalculated sectors. They found survivors, civilians who barricaded themselves in homes or businesses. These survivors are being evacuated to the high school for screening and medical evaluation. Anyone who shows symptoms or has injuries is being isolated. The CDC is testing survivors, taking blood samples, checking for exposure. So far, they're finding that anyone who was bitten or scratched and is still showing symptoms will eventually turn. There's no way to stop it once the infection takes hold. They're trying various treatments, antibiotics, antivirals, but nothing is working. The mutated pathogen is resistant to everything they've tried. So if you're bitten, you're dead. It's just a matter of time. Hours until you die, minutes until you reanimate. That's the reality. And knowing that reality, what do you do if you're bitten? Do you tell someone, risk being restrained or isolated for your final hours? Do you hide it, pretend everything's fine, spend your last moments of humanity with loved ones? Do you take your own life before you turn, deny the infection the chance to use your body as a weapon? These are impossible questions with no good answers. But people are having to make these choices right now in real time with no time to process or prepare. It's 11:01. Top of the hour. We're 5 hours into continuous coverage. I need to hydrate, eat something. Emily's bringing me food from the break room. I don't know if I can eat. My stomach's in knots, but I need to keep my energy up. This could go on for hours more, days maybe. While I eat, let me give you a summary of where things stand. We have 2 confirmed outbreak towns, Millwood and Ashford, both under military quarantine. We have widespread wildlife infections across the eastern forest region. We have multiple cases of human infection in various locations, some contained in hospitals, some at large. We have a state of emergency declared. We have federal assistance requested. We have mass evacuations causing traffic chaos and resource shortages. And we have a source of contamination, the old nuclear waste site that hasn't been contained yet. Until that's sealed, until the leak is stopped, new infections are possible. New outbreaks can start. This isn't over, it's barely started. The environmental team is approaching the nuclear waste site now. They're moving cautiously, monitoring radiation levels, checking for immediate hazards. The site is remote, difficult to access, surrounded by forest. That's probably why it was chosen for waste disposal in the first place. Out of sight, out of mind, until it becomes everyone's problem. Emily's showing me aerial footage of the site. You can see the old buildings, rusted and collapsing. You can see the fence perimeter, though. Parts of the fence have fallen down. You can see what looks like a containment pond, dark water that probably shouldn't be there. And you can see vegetation around the pond that looks wrong, discolored, dead, or dying. The contamination is visible from the air. How long has it been leaking? How much has spread? It's 11:09 and I'm forcing myself to take bites of this sandwich. It tastes like sawdust. Emily's doing the same with a granola bar. We're both running on adrenaline and caffeine. At some point we're going to crash, but not yet. Not while people need information. The environmental team has reached the site perimeter. They're detecting elevated radiation levels, significantly above background. They're suiting up in protective gear before proceeding further. They're reporting visible damage to storage containers, signs of corrosion and failure. They're confirming that hazardous material has been released into the environment. One of the team members is a hydrologist. He's saying the contamination has definitely entered the groundwater. The site is on elevated terrain, meaning water flows downhill from here in multiple directions. Streams and creeks originating near the site feed into rivers that serve multiple counties. The scale of water contamination could be massive. If the water is contaminated across a wide area, then the animal infections make sense. Every animal that drinks from affected water sources is exposed. And if the bacteria or virus has been mutating in this radioactive environment for years, it's had time to become something dangerous, something that can infect and reanimate. The CDC is going to want samples from the site. They need to identify exactly what's in that water, what organism has been mutated by the radiation, but getting samples safely is going to be challenging. The team on site isn't equipped for biological sampling. They're focused on radiation and chemical hazards. They'll need to coordinate with the CDC, probably get a joint team out there tomorrow or the next day. Tomorrow feels like a lifetime away. So much can happen between now and then. It's 11:17. Emily's got an update from County Memorial Hospital. The 2 state police officers who were bitten, both have died, both reanimated. Hospital security was prepared this time, had them fully restrained. But watching someone you know, someone you were working with hours ago die and come back as a monster, that's traumatic. The security staff is shaken, medical staff is shaken, everyone's on edge. The nurse who was bitten when the first officer turned, she's symptomatic now. Fever, confusion. She's been restrained preemptively. She's crying, begging them to let her go, saying she needs to see her kids. But they can't let her go. She's going to die in turn. If they release her, she becomes a threat. So she's going to die restrained, alone, knowing what's coming. I can't imagine anything more horrifying. The hospital administrator is considering evacuating all non-essential patients and staff, keeping only critical care in the isolation unit operational. They're worried about the containment failing, about infected breaking loose. It only takes one security failure, one restraint giving way, one moment of inattention, and the infection spreads through the hospital. Then you have infected patients, infected staff, infected visitors. The hospital becomes an outbreak site rather than a treatment facility. This is what terrifies me about this infection. The speed and the certainty of it. If you're bitten, you're infected. If you're infected, you die. If you die, you reanimate. There's no variables, no chance of survival, no hope for recovery. It's a death sentence that's also a life sentence as something else. And because it's so certain, people who are bitten lose all hope immediately. They know they're already dead. The kind of psychological trauma, facing your own imminent death and transformation, it breaks people. Some go into denial, some become aggressive, dangerous even before they turn. Some simply shut down, go catatonic. The CDC and medical teams are having to deal with not just the physical infection, but the mental health crisis that comes with being infected. It's 11:25. The National Guard has completed the sweep of 5 sectors in Millwood. They've eliminated over 100 infected. They've rescued 47 survivors, and they've taken 12 casualties, soldiers who were bitten during combat. Those soldiers are being isolated at the high school, restrained, waiting to die and turn. The Guard is having to treat their own people as infected hostiles. Morale is dropping. The Guard wasn't prepared for this psychologically. They trained for combat, for disaster response, for crowd control. They didn't train to fight reanimated civilians. They didn't train to shoot what looks like women and children and elderly people, because the infected don't discriminate. Old, young, male, female, they all tall, and they all have to be eliminated. The colonel in command is requesting psychological support for his troops. He's saying some of his soldiers are refusing orders, unable to shoot what appears to be civilians, even though they understand intellectually that these aren't people anymore. He's saying some soldiers are breaking down, crying, vomiting after engagements. He needs counselors, therapists, someone to help his people process what they're seeing and doing. But where do you find mental health support in the middle of a military operation in a quarantined outbreak zone? The state is trying to locate counselors willing to deploy to Millwood, but most mental health professionals are civilian, not trained for hazardous environments. This is another gap in our emergency response capabilities. We plan for physical injuries, for medical crises. We don't plan for mass psychological trauma among responders. It's 11:33. Emily's monitoring social media and she's seeing a disturbing trend. People are posting that they're not going to comply with quarantine orders. They're saying they have the right to leave to protect their families however they see fit. They're saying the government can't force them to stay in a dangerous area. Some of these people are arming themselves, forming groups, planning to force their way through checkpoints if necessary. They're organizing online, sharing plans, encouraging others to join them. This is how you get armed confrontations between civilians and military, how you get people shot at checkpoints, how you get the situation spiraling further out of control. The authorities need to get ahead of this. They need to communicate clearly why the quarantine is necessary, why trying to leave could spread the infection to safe areas. They need to offer support to people who are trapped. Let them know they haven't been forgotten. But the government is already overwhelmed, already struggling to coordinate the response. Adding civilian unrest to the mix is going to make everything harder. I want to speak directly to anyone listening who's in a quarantine zone. I understand you're scared. I understand you want to protect your family. But breaking quarantine puts everyone at risk. If you're exposed and you don't know it yet, you could carry the infection to communities that are still safe. You could be the reason someone else's family dies. Please trust that the authorities are doing everything they can. Stay where you are. Barricade yourself safely. Help is coming. Breaking out isn't going to save you. It's going to make things worse for everyone. I don't know if anyone's listening. I don't know if words matter at this point, but I have to try. It's 11:41. The CDC has completed initial analysis of blood samples from infected individuals. Dr. Park is releasing preliminary findings. The pathogen is bacterial, not viral. It's a strain of bacteria that's been heavily mutated by prolonged radiation exposure. The bacteria targets the nervous system, specifically the brainstem, causing massive inflammation and cell death in the higher brain while leaving primitive functions intact. The bacteria reproduces extremely rapidly in human blood, reaching critical infection levels within hours. Once the higher brain dies, the brainstem continues to function in a degraded state, driving basic motor function and aggressive behavior. The reanimated body is essentially running on the most primitive parts of the nervous system, the parts that govern survival instinct and aggression. Dr. Park is saying this explains why the infected don't feel pain, don't avoid danger, don't show any higher cognitive function. Those parts of the brain are dead. Only the brainstem remains active, and the brainstem doesn't do complex thinking. It does simple things: move, attack, feed. The bacteria is transmitted through blood and saliva, meaning bites and scratches are the primary vectors. It cannot be transmitted through the air, through casual contact, or through touching contaminated surfaces. You have to have direct blood-to-blood contact. That's something, at least. It means you can be near infected individuals without automatically getting infected as long as you don't get bitten. But Dr. Park is warning that the bacteria can survive outside the body for a limited time. Blood from infected individuals remains infectious for up to 6 hours. Surfaces contaminated with infected blood should be considered hazardous. Anyone cleaning up after an infected incident needs to wear protective gear and use strong disinfectants. It's 11:49. We're approaching the 6-hour mark for this broadcast. The situation continues to evolve. Millwood is still being cleared sector by sector. Ashford is being locked down by additional guard units that just arrived. The nuclear waste site is multiple counties are under state of emergency. And new infection cases are being reported steadily. The numbers are growing, but we don't have precise figures. The state is compiling data, but it's incomplete. We know of at least 150 eliminated infected in Millwood alone. We know of dozens more in various other locations. And we know those numbers are going to climb as the day goes on. I need to take another short break. 5 minutes. Emily needs to make some calls, coordinate with our station management, make sure we have the resources to keep broadcasting. We'll be right back. This is Daniel Rothman. We're back at 11:57. During the break, I checked my phone. Messages from family, from friends, asking if I'm safe, asking what they should do. I don't have time to respond to everyone individually. If you're someone I know and you're listening, I'm okay. The studio is secure. I'm going to keep broadcasting as long as I can. Follow the advice I'm giving on air. Stay safe. Emily's back with new information. The federal assistance has been approved FEMA is deploying teams to the region. The Department of Defense is sending additional military units, specialized teams trained in biohazard response. They should arrive by late afternoon, early evening. That's still hours away, but it's significant support when it comes. The challenge is coordination. The state resources, National Guard, local law enforcement, they're all operating under different command structures, different protocols. Adding federal agencies into the mix makes coordination even more complex. Everyone needs to be on the same page, working toward the same objectives. But in the chaos of an evolving crisis, that's difficult to achieve. There's a danger of friendly fire incidents, of different units not knowing where others are operating, of duplicated efforts or gaps in coverage. The military is trying to establish a unified command structure, but it takes time to get everyone integrated. Meanwhile, the infection doesn't wait for bureaucracy to sort itself out. It's 12:04 p.m. now. Noon. The sun is high. It's a bright, clear day. Outside this studio, people are going about their day in the parts of the state that haven't been affected yet. They're eating lunch, working, maybe not even aware of what's happening to the heat. The outbreak hasn't reached everyone yet. For some people, life is still normal, but normal is shrinking. The affected area is expanding. More towns are reporting animal incidents, possible exposure cases. The containment zones are growing. Soon there won't be anyone in the state who isn't touched by this in some way. Emily's got new footage from Millwood. The National Guard is using heavy weapons now, machine guns mounted on vehicles to clear large groups of infected. It's brutal, efficient, necessary, but watching it is disturbing. These were people. The bodies falling under sustained fire were humans once. Now they're targets. I keep having to remind myself that these aren't people anymore. The person is dead. What's left is just biological matter animated by primitive nervous system function. There's nothing to save. The only humane thing to do is stop the body from spreading the infection further, but it doesn't feel humane. It feels like slaughter. The survivors being evacuated from Millwood, many of them are in shock. They've watched neighbors die, watched friends turn, had to barricade themselves away from family members who became infected. They've witnessed things that no one should have to witness. They're traumatized in ways that will take years to process if they ever fully process it. And the responders, the soldiers and police and medical staff, they're accumulating trauma too. Every infected they eliminate, every person they restrain and watch die, every impossible decision they make, it adds up. We're creating a generation of people with severe PTSD, and we're doing it in real time over the course of a single day. It's 12:12. The environmental team at the nuclear waste site has completed their initial assessment. They're confirming multiple breaches in containment vessels. They're detecting high levels of radiation in soil and water. They're recommending immediate large-scale remediation, which means bringing in specialized equipment, building temporary containment structures, treating contaminated soil and water. It's a massive undertaking that will take months at minimum, possibly years. But they can take some immediate steps. They can seal the most critical breaches, preventing further leak. They can divert water flow away from the site, reducing contamination spread. They can fence off a larger perimeter, keeping people and animals away. These actions won't fix the problem, but they might slow the contamination while longer-term solutions are developed. The problem is that the site is in a remote location, difficult to access with heavy equipment. The forest roads aren't suitable for large trucks and machinery. They're going to have to improve the roads first before they can bring in what they need. More delayed. I'm frustrated by how slow everything is. I understand that these are complex problems that require careful planning and coordination. But people are dying. Every hour of delay is more infections, more deaths, more reanimated infected spreading the disease. We need to move faster, but maybe that's not fair. Maybe the responders are moving as fast as humanly possible. Maybe I'm just angry and scared and looking for someone to blame. There probably isn't anyone to blame. Not really. This is an accident. A convergence of old mistakes and bad luck. The waste was buried 40 years ago by people who are probably dead now. The facility corroded naturally over time. Animals drank contaminated water through no one's fault. It just happened, except it didn't just happen. People made the decision to bury waste improperly. People made the decision not to properly monitor the site. People made the decision to ignore warnings from environmental groups in the 80s. This is the result of decades of negligence and corner cutting and hoping problems would just go away. And now regular people are paying the price. Families torn apart. Communities destroyed. Lives ended. Because someone decided 40 years ago that proper waste disposal was too expensive or too complicated. It's 12:21. I'm getting angry and I need to stay focused. Emily's monitoring police scanners. and she's hearing increased chatter about animal incidents. Multiple calls in the past hour alone. A dog attacked a jogger in a park 30 miles west of here. A raccoon bit a child in a backyard 40 miles north. A deer crashed into a school bus 50 miles south, injured several students before being subdued. The wildlife vector is spreading the infection far faster than human-to-human transmission. Animals travel long distances. They don't respect quarantine boundaries. They don't show up on checkpoints. They're everywhere and anywhere. Animal control and wildlife services are overwhelmed. They don't have the resources to respond to every call. They're prioritizing based on threat level, but that means some calls go unanswered for hours. And in those hours, infected animals can attack multiple people, create multiple new outbreaks. The state needs to authorize hunters, private citizens with weapons and training to eliminate suspicious wildlife on site. It needs to be legal and encouraged. Otherwise, the agencies can't keep up with the volume of incident. But that raises its own problems. Armed civilians hunting animals may be mistaking healthy animals for infected ones, maybe accidentally shooting pets or livestock, maybe shooting each other in the confusion. It could turn into chaos quickly. There are no good options. Every choice has risks, but doing nothing isn't an option either. It's 1229 County Memorial Hospital has evacuated all non-critical patients. They're down to just the isolation unit and essential staff. The hospital is essentially locked down, operating at minimal capacity. Other hospitals in the region are taking on the patient load, but they're starting to feel the strain. If this continues for days or weeks, the healthcare system is going to buckle. There are only so many beds, so many doctors and nurses, and if medical staff start getting infected, if hospitals have to close or reduce capacity because they can't maintain safety, people with normal medical emergencies are going to suffer. Heart attacks, strokes, accidents, all the regular reasons people need hospitals. Those people might not get the care they need because the system is overwhelmed by the outbreak. This is how a localized crisis becomes a systemic failure. The outbreak doesn't just hurt people who get infected. It hurts everyone who depends on the services and infrastructure that get disrupted by the outbreak response. Emily's showing me economic projections someone sent her. The state's economy is going to take a massive hit. Businesses closed, supply chains disrupted, workers unable to get to jobs, consumer spending dropping as people stockpile supplies. The region could see a recession, high unemployment, bankruptcies, and that's if the outbreak is contained relatively quickly. If it goes on for weeks or months, the economic damage could be catastrophic. Money seems trivial compared to lives, but economic collapse means people can't afford food, can't pay rent, lose access to health care. Economic damage translates to human suffering in very direct ways, so the financial impact matters, even if it feels crude to think about money while people are dying. It's 12:37. I'm realizing we're past the halfway point of a normal workday. People who went to work this morning expecting a regular Thursday are now hearing about a state of emergency, seeing coworkers leave early, maybe being told their workplace is closing temporarily. Normal routines are disintegrating. My producer just checked in. He wants to know how long I'm planning to keep this broadcast going. I told him as long as necessary. He's worried about me, worried about Emily, worried about the toll this is taking. But what else can we do? People need information. We're one of the main sources right now. I can't just sign off and go home. Home, where my wife is hopefully safe behind locked doors. I keep thinking about calling her again, but I don't want to tie up the line in case important calls come through. And what would I say anyway? The situation hasn't changed from an hour ago. Still dangerous, still evolving, still no clear end in sight. The National Guard has now cleared 7 of 10 sectors in Millwood. They're reporting a declining number of infected encounters in the cleared sectors, which suggests they're making real progress. But the final 3 sectors are the most heavily infected according to reports. The clinic is in one of those sectors. The Guard is saving the worst for last, building up their strength and coordination before tackling the densest concentrations of infect. It's 12:45 p.m. Emily's taking a call. She's listening intently. She's making notes. She's thanking whoever she's talking to and hanging up. That was someone from the CDC. They've made a significant discovery. The bacteria causing the infection is extremely sensitive to high heat. Temperatures above 150 degrees Fahrenheit kill the bacteria rapidly. That means fire, boiling water, anything that generates intense heat can neutralize the infection. This has immediate practical applications. Bodies of infected individuals should be burned, not buried. Contaminated materials should be incinerated. Areas with high contamination should potentially be subjected to controlled burn. It's not a cure for living infected individuals, but it's a way to prevent further spread from dead bodies and contaminated environments. The military is going to love this information. Flamethrowers, incendiary grenades, controlled burns, these are tools they have, tools they can use effectively. And fire has a psychological impact too. It's final, it's absolute, it destroys completely. There's no ambiguity, no chance of infection surviving. But using fire in populated areas is risky. Structures can catch fire, burns can spread out of control, people can be endangered. It has to be done carefully, with proper precautions. Still, it's a tool that wasn't available before. Knowledge is power. It's 1252. The State Health Department is issuing new guidelines based on the CDC findings. If you encounter an infected individual, use fire if safely possible. If you must dispose of a body that might be infected, burn it. If you have contaminated materials, burn them. Minimize handling, maximize destruction through heat. They're also advising that anyone who suspects they might have been exposed should self-isolate immediately and monitor for symptoms. Fever, confusion, aggression, these are the warning signs. If symptoms appear, you have hours at most. Use that time to restrain yourself or secure yourself away from others. Don't risk infecting your family by staying near them once symptoms start. It's grim advice, essentially telling people to prepare for their own death if they get infected. But it's honest, it's practical. It gives people control over their final hours, allows them to make choices that protect others even if they can't save themselves. I wonder how many people will follow that advice. How many people feeling symptoms start will lock themselves away and wait to die alone? How many will deny it, stay close to loved ones, refuse to accept what's happening? Human nature is to seek comfort in crisis, to be near family. Asking people to isolate themselves in their final moments goes against every instinct, but it's necessary. One infected person in a household can kill and infect everyone else in that household within hours. Then you have an entire family that's infected, reanimated, a threat to the neighborhood. Isolation saves lives, even if it means dying alone. It's 1:00 p.m. We're past 6 hours of continuous broadcasting. I'm feeling the fatigue now. My voice is getting hoarse. My eyes are tired from staring at screens and notes. But I can't stop. Not yet. The National Guard is preparing to assault the final 3 sectors of Millwood. They're bringing in additional firepower using the CDC's new information to plan fire-based tactics. They're going to burn out the infected, clear the sectors with overwhelming force. It's going to be loud, violent, destructive, but it should be effective. Survivors in those sectors, if there are any, are being advised to make their presence known now. Signal from windows, call the Guards hotline, use whatever method you can to identify yourself as human before the assault begins. Once it starts, anyone moving in those sectors will be assumed infected and engaged. That's a horrifying ultimatum. Reveal yourself now or risk being killed as an infected. But there's no safe way to verify who's human and who's infected during active combat. The Guard can't risk close contact, can't risk letting infected get close enough to bite. So they have to make hard rules and live with the consequences. It's 1-8. Emily's got new reports from Ashford. The Guard units there have encountered significant resistance. The town is smaller than Millwood, but the outbreak spread faster because there wasn't an initial containment attempt. Infected individuals moved freely through the town overnight, infecting residents who had no idea what was happening. By the time the Guard arrived to establish a quarantine, much of the town was already infected. The Guard is recommending a full evacuation of Ashford survivors, followed by a systematic elimination of all infected. They're talking about using the fire strategy the CDC recommended, potentially burning significant portions of the town to ensure complete eradication of the infection. It's a drastic measure, but Ashford might be too far gone for a sector-by-sector clearing like in Millwood. Imagine being a resident of Ashford watching your town burn, watching your home, your memories, everything you've built consumed by fire because it's the only way to stop the infection. The psychological impact of that is immeasurable. Even if you survive physically, how do you recover mentally from losing everything? But what's the alternative? Let the infection spread beyond Ashford, risk more deaths, risk more towns suffering the same fate. Sometimes there are no good choices. Sometimes every option is terrible and you have to pick the least terrible one. It's 1:16, I'm hearing sirens again. Multiple emergency vehicles passing near the studio. I don't know what the emergency is. Could be anything. Could be related to the outbreak, could be a normal emergency that's happening because life doesn't stop just because there's a crisis. Emily's monitoring local emergency channels. There's been a traffic accident on the interstate, major pileup. Apparently someone's car had what witnesses describe as a person going crazy inside, causing the driver to lose control and collide with other vehicles. The description sounds like an infected individual attacked someone while they were driving. If that's true, it means the infection has reached the interstate, reached people who are evacuating or traveling through the region. A car accident on a busy highway can spread the infection to first responders, to other drivers who stop to help, to medical personnel at the hospital where victims are taken. It's a vector for transmission that's hard to control. The state police are responding to the accident. They've been briefed on the infection, know to look for signs of unusual aggression or behavior. But in the chaos of a multi-vehicle pileup, it's difficult to distinguish between shock and injury and actual infection. People are hurt, bleeding, confused. How do you determine who's infected and who's just traumatized? This is going to happen more and more. Infected people getting into cars, spreading the infection beyond the immediate outbreak zones, infected people on buses, trains, any form of transportation. Each one is a potential outbreak in a new location. The state needs to shut down all transportation in and out of the affected region. Halt all traffic, ground all flights, stop all trains and buses. It's extreme but necessary to prevent the infection from spreading nationally or internationally. We need to treat this region like a sealed box. Nothing in, nothing out until the infection is eradicated. But implementing that level of lockdown requires federal authority, massive resources, coordination across multiple states. It's not something the state governor can do alone. It requires the president, requires federal emergency declarations, requires resources that aren't immediately available. And even if they implement a full travel ban, some people will already have left. Some infected individuals might already be in other states, in other regions, incubating the disease. We might be past the point where containment to one region is possible. It's 1:25. I don't want to think about national spread. I don't want to imagine this infection reaching major cities, spreading through airports, infecting thousands or millions. But I have to consider the possibility we all do this could be the beginning of something much larger than a regional outbreak. The CDC is coordinating with federal health agencies to implement screening at transportation hubs nationwide. Anyone traveling from the affected region will be screened for symptoms. Anyone with fever or unusual behavior will be detained and isolated. It's not perfect, but it's something. The problem is the incubation period. Someone can pass through screening feeling fine, develop symptoms hours later after they've reached their destination. By then, they've exposed everyone they encounter during travel. The only truly safe approach is to halt all travel entirely, but that's economically and logistically almost impossible to implement nationwide. Emily's showing me reports from other states. Several have issued travel advisories warning residents not to visit the affected region. Some are implementing voluntary quarantines for anyone who's been there recently. A few are going further, threatening mandatory quarantines or even refusing entry to travelers from affected areas. This is how it starts. States isolating from each other, treating each other as threats. The national unity fractures along state lines. Resources aren't shared. Information isn't shared. Everyone looks out for their own interests. It makes the crisis harder to manage and ensures that when the infection does spread to other states, each one will be starting from scratch, making the same mistakes we're making now. We need federal leadership. We need a coordinated national response. We need someone to stand up and say, this is what we're doing, this is the plan, everyone follow this protocol. But in the absence of that leadership, everyone's improvising, making decisions based on incomplete information and local priorities. It's 1:34 p.m. We're approaching 7 hours of broadcasting. My throat is raw. I'm drinking water constantly, but it's not enough. Emily's voice is going too. We're both exhausted, but we keep going. The National Guard assault on the final sectors of Millwood has begun. We're getting audio, sounds of sustained gunfire, explosions. What might be flamethrowers? It's intense urban combat against an enemy that doesn't retreat, doesn't surrender, doesn't feel fear or pain. The Guard is advancing slowly, clearing building by building, ensuring no infected are left behind. Casualty reports are coming in, more Guard members bitten, more soldiers infected and isolated. The cost of clearing Millwood is being measured in lives and good people who responded to the crisis and paid the ultimate price. These soldiers deserve to be remembered as heroes. They're fighting the worst kind of enemy to protect people they don't know. That's heroism. But heroism doesn't make you immune to infection. It doesn't make the sacrifice any less tragic. These soldiers are dying and reanimating and being destroyed by their own comrades. There's no glory in that, no comfort for their families, just loss. It's 1:42. Emily's got word that FEMA has arrived in the region. They're setting up a regional coordination center, bringing together all the different agencies and units responding to the outbreak. Finally, we have centralized command, someone to coordinate the chaos. FEMA has experience with large-scale disasters, has protocols and procedures that can be adapted to this situation. The FEMA director on scene is holding a briefing. Emily's pulling up the audio feed. Let me listen and relay the key point. The director is outlining the federal response plan. First priority is containment, preventing spread beyond the current affected area. Second priority is elimination of infected individuals to reduce the threat. Third priority is care for survivors and displaced persons. Fourth priority is remediation of the contamination source. Fifth priority is long-term recovery and rebuilding. She's allocating resources to each priority. Additional military units for containment and elimination. Medical teams for survivor care. Environmental specialists for remediation. Mental health professionals for long-term support. It's comprehensive, it's organized, it's what we've needed since this started. But it's also reactive. Everything she's describing is a response to what's already happened. There's nothing about prevention, nothing about proactive measures to stop future outbreaks. I guess that comes later after the immediate crisis is handled. But I hope someone's thinking about long-term implications, about what we do to prevent this from happening again. Its fault on Millwood's final sectors is progressing. The Guard is reporting heavy concentrations of infected near the clinic, exactly as expected. They're using incendiary weapons, burning out buildings where infected are concentrated. The fires are visible from aerial surveillance, thick black smoke rising over the town. Millwood is burning, not the whole town, but significant portions of it. The Guard is being careful, containing the fires to structures they're clearing, but still, the town is being destroyed in order to save it, in order to eliminate the infection. Residents who evacuated are going to return to a town that's partially burned, partially demolished, permanently scarred by what happened here. Can a town recover from something like this? Can you rebuild not just physically but psychologically after your community was overrun by infected, after neighbors turned on each other, after the military had to burn parts of the town to stop the spread? I don't know. Maybe some places, some communities are too traumatized to ever be whole again. It's 1:59, top of the hour, 2 in the afternoon. We've been broadcasting for over 7 hours. I need a real break, more than 5 minutes. Emily needs one too. We're going to step away for 15 minutes, get some food, rest our voices. Another broadcaster from the station is going to fill in, play some recorded updates, an official statement. We'll be back at 2:15. This is Daniel Rothman on 104.7 FM. Stay safe, everyone. We're back. It's 2:17. I know I said 2:15, but I needed those extra 2 minutes. I'm eating a protein bar and drinking an energy drink because coffee isn't cutting it anymore. Emily's doing the same. We look like disaster victims ourselves, pale and exhausted, but we're not the ones fighting infected or treating wounded or making life or death decisions. We have it easy. During the break, I checked my phone again. More messages, too many to respond to individually. One stands out, though. It's from a colleague, another broadcaster in a different market. He's asking if I want him to take over, let me rest. I appreciate the offer, but I can't accept. This is my station, my city, my responsibility. I'll keep going until I physically can't. Emily's got new information. The assault on Millwood is nearly complete. The Guard has cleared 8 of 10 sectors. Only 2 sectors remain, including the clinic. The infected have been concentrated by the advancing Guard forces, pushed into a smaller and smaller area. They're essentially trapped now, surrounded by military units with heavy weapons. The final assault is going to be overwhelming. The Guard is bringing in everything they have, determined to eliminate every infected in Millwood by nightfall. They want the town secure before dark because fighting infected at night is even more dangerous. The infected don't need light to function. They attack by sound and movement. Darkness favors them. So the clock is ticking. They have maybe 4 hours of good daylight left, 4 hours to eliminate potentially hundreds of infected in close quarters. It's going to be bloody, brutal, intense, and unavoidably tragic because among those infected are people or were people. Someone's mother, someone's child, now just targets to be destroyed. It's 2025. The environmental team at the nuclear waste site is beginning emergency containment measures. They're sealing the most critical breaches with temporary patches, essentially plugging holes until permanent repairs can be made. They're setting up pumps to redirect contaminated water away from natural drainage paths. They're marking a larger exclusion zone to keep people and animals away. These measures will slow the contamination but won't stop it entirely. Think of it like trying to patch a leaking dam with duct tape. It helps, but it's not a real solution. The real solution requires massive construction projects. Specialized materials, probably months of work, but every little bit helps. Every gallon of contaminated water that doesn't reach a stream is a potential infection prevented. The hydrologist is recommending that all surface water in the region be tested and possibly treated. Streams, ponds, lakes, anything that might have been contaminated. The testing alone will take weeks. Treating the water, if it's contaminated, could take months. And in the meantime, people and animals continue to use that water, continue to be potentially exposed. This is a long-term problem. Even if we eliminate every infected individual today, even if we stop all new transmissions, the contamination remains. It's in the environment. It'll be there for years, decades maybe, slowly breaking down or being diluted, but never truly gone. We've permanently altered the ecosystem of this region. It's tooting 30. Emily's monitoring social media, and she's seeing a lot of panic, but also a lot of resilience. People are helping each other, sharing resources, checking on neighbors. Communities are coming together in response to the crisis. That's humanity at its best. When things are darkest, people reach out to each other, support each other, refuse to give in to despair. But she's also seeing ugly stuff. Looting in some areas, people taking advantage of the chaos to steal. Price gouging, stores charging exorbitant amounts for basic supplies, scams, people claiming to have cures or protective equipment that doesn't actually work. Crisis brings out the best and worst in people simultaneously. Law enforcement is stretched thin dealing with the outbreak, so property crimes are going under-responded. People are reporting break-ins, thefts, assaults, but police can't respond quickly. They're focused on the infection, on enforcing quarantines, on preventing spread. Normal crime becomes secondary. This is another way the outbreak impacts everyone, not just people directly exposed to the infection. The breakdown of normal social order affects everyone's safety and security. We take for granted that police will respond to emergencies, that rules will be enforced, that society functions. When that breaks down, even temporarily, it's alarming. It's 2:41. County Memorial Hospital is reporting that the nurse who was bitten has died. She reanimated quickly, was fully secured. No additional infections resulted. But the staff who knew her, who worked with her, they're devastated. She was a colleague, a friend, and they had to watch her die and turn and be restrained like an animal. That trauma is going to stay with them. The hospital administrator is implementing new protocols. Any staff member who's exposed in any way is immediately removed from duty and isolated, no exceptions. It's harsh, but necessary. One infected staff member loose in a hospital could kill dozens of vulnerable patients before being stopped. Can't risk it. But this policy means the hospital is operating short-staffed. Every exposure removes someone from the workforce. And exposure is easy in a hospital environment where you're dealing with blood, bodily fluids, agitated patients. The staff are exhausted, making mistakes, getting accidentally stuck with needles or splashed with fluids. Each incident means another person isolated, another person potentially infected. The hospital might have to close entirely if they lose too many staff. Then where do people go for medical care? The next nearest hospital is 30 miles away, and if this pattern repeats at other hospitals, if they all start losing staff to infection or isolation, the regional healthcare system collapses completely. It's 2:49. We're getting reports of infected individuals spotted in multiple locations outside the quarantine zones. Small numbers, ones and twos, but scattered across a wide area. These are probably people who left Millwood or Ashford before the quarantine, people who were infected and died in their cars or at their destinations, then reanimated and started attacking. Each one of these is a potential new outbreak. Each one needs to be located and eliminated before they can infect others. But tracking them down is difficult. They could be anywhere, in a parking lot, in a hotel, in someone's home. And we only know they're there after they attack someone, by which point they've already created a new infection. The state police are organizing search teams, coordinating with local law enforcement to track down reported sightings. But it's reactive, chasing outbreaks after they start rather than preventing them. We need to find a way to get ahead of this to identify infected individuals before they spread the disease. Maybe checkpoints on major roads, screening all travelers, detaining anyone with injuries or symptoms. It's not perfect, but it's something. Better to inconvenience thousands of healthy people than let one infected person through to start a new outbreak. It's 2057. The National Guard is preparing for the final assault on the clinic in Millwood. This is the epicenter where it all started, where the highest concentration of infected remains. The Guard is bringing overwhelming force, determined to end this decisively. They're asking all media to stop broadcasting live from Millwood during the assault. They don't want the public to see what's about to happen. It's going to be violent, graphic, disturbing. They're worried about the psychological impact of watching it, about how people will react to seeing the military use such extreme force against what look like civilians. I understand the concern, but I also think people deserve to know the truth. We can't shelter people from reality, especially when that reality is going to affect everyone's lives going forward. If the assault is brutal, people need to see that, need to understand the severity of what we're dealing with. But I'm not on the scene. I don't have video feed from Millwood. So the question is moot for us. We'll report what we hear, what we learn from official sources, but we won't show anything graphic. That's probably for the best. It's 3:05. The assault has begun. We're hearing it through radio communications, military channels that are being monitored by various agencies. Heavy weapons fire, sustained bursts, explosions. The Guard is pouring firepower into the clinic and the surrounding block. Emily's monitoring the military channel. The Guard commander is giving orders, directing units, calling for fire support. It sounds chaotic, but controlled, disciplined violence applied systematically. They're advancing building by building, clearing structures, burning out infected concentrations. The infected are swarming the Guard positions. According to radio traffic, there are hundreds of them, far more than anticipated. They're overwhelming defensive positions, forcing Guard units to retreat and reposition. The Guard is using vehicles as barriers, creating choke points where they can maximize firepower. This is the largest engagement yet between military forces and infected. We're about to learn whether conventional military tactics work against reanimated infected. If the Guard succeeds, it proves the infection can be contained through force. If they struggle or fail, we need to rethink our entire response strategy. It's 3:13. The battle is ongoing. Casualties are mounting on both sides, though it feels wrong to call destroyed infected casualties. They're not soldiers. They're not combatants. They're victims who became weapons. But from a tactical perspective, they're targets that need to be eliminated, and the Guard is suffering losses trying to do that. At least 20 Guard members have been bitten in the past 30 minutes. 20 more soldiers infected, dying, reanimating. The isolation area at the high school is filling up with Guard members waiting to turn. These are people who were healthy and alive 2 hours ago. Now they're dying, spending their final moments restrained in a classroom, listening to their comrades fight while they wait for the end. The Guard commander is requesting additional support. He's saying his forces are at their limit, that they need fresh troops, more ammunition, more heavy weapons. FEMA is coordinating the response, trying to bring in reinforcements from neighboring states, but it takes time to mobilize and deploy. Emily's got a message from the CDC. They've completed more detailed analysis of the infection. The bacteria reproduces so rapidly that it reaches critical mass in the bloodstream within 3 to 4 hours of exposure. Once it reaches critical mass, it begins attacking neural tissue aggressively. The victim experiences fever, confusion, aggression as the brain is destroyed from the inside. Death follows within 1 to 2 hours after symptoms begin. So from bite to death, you're looking at 4 to 6 hours maximum. From death to reanimation, 5 to 10 minutes. That's the timeline. That's how fast this moves. If someone's bitten at noon, they're dead by 6 p.m., reanimated by 6:50. In a single day, one infected person could theoretically create dozens of new infected if left unchecked. The exponential math is terrifying. If we don't achieve complete containment soon, if infected individuals continue to spread out from the outbreak zones, the numbers become unmanageable. We could see thousands infected within days, tens of thousands within a week. At that point, the military and medical resources don't exist to contain it. It's 3:21. I'm watching the clock now, watching the sun angle through the window. We have maybe 3 hours of good daylight left. After dark, everything becomes harder. The infected are easier to miss in darkness. They can approach without being seen. Defenders can't see what they're shooting at, might hesitate, might miss. The Guard needs to finish clearing Millwood before nightfall. They need to eliminate every infected, secure every building, ensure the town is truly cleared. If any infected remain when darkness comes, they could slip away, hide, survive until the Guard leaves, then start the infection spreading again. This is a fight against time, as much as a fight against the infected. Every minute counts. Every delay is a risk. Emily's showing me aerial footage from Millwood. Large portions of the town are on fire. The Guard has used incendiary weapons extensively.